or anything else. If it's not legal to throw bricks through windows, the police are supposed to make that arrest, and they're not. And they're saying, well, that should be up to Delaney Hall security. But they're not law enforcement officers, and they can't arrest people off grounds.
You're exactly right. I'll take some of the first U.S. Army and the Colorado combat to perceive and the global war on terror. And then I was a police officer for 10 years in the Denver metro. I ran my agency's riot squad. I was a cop in the police riots in 2020. So those personal firsthand, these protesters, there isn't just an organic trained resistance to, and the result, especially in blue cities and states, is cops are handcuffed. They are prohibited by their political leadership from actually being able to enforce the law. And in the specific situation you mentioned, throwing bricks through windows, we actually had a fatality in Colorado from basically that situation. Some folks threw a rock through the window, the windshield of a vehicle that was being driven by this young woman. It hit her and it killed her. So this isn't just property damage. You don't know where that brick is going to go after it goes through the windshield or the window. We've had literal fatalities as a result of rocks going through car windshield. The vehicle was occupied. And when cops are not allowed to respond, not allowed to enforce the law, they're not allowed to make arrests because of the leftist political leadership that ultimately supervises our law enforcement agencies, that has just an incredibly negative effect on public safety, but the overall economy and everything else, because when you don't have law enforcement, not only do criminal that impacts businesses, that impacts
We're talking about the surface level. The big thing is the Democrats think they can achieve one-party rule through the open border. And I don't understand some members of the caucus that want to give them that amnesty, that pathway to, because we're going to have another wave of people trying to come here. And if, God forbid, the Democrats do take back the White House or run the table in 28, I don't think they will, but let's say they do, million people here. And then that's it. These people, they're red states, they're going to knows what comes next. People, these idiot, inarticulate people throwing rocks. It's the plan of the Democrat Party. When the pathway to citizenship, they keep saying comprehensive immigration. The immigration system is supposed to benefit we, the people of the United States. Anyone that we allow to come in automatically sees a benefit. The idea that the system has to be turned around to benefit anyone that wants to come here from anywhere around the world, regardless of whether or not they're going to be a public charge or whether or not they mean to do us harm, that's not what it was designed to do.
Look no further than in the U.S. House just yesterday. Democrats told us repeatedly who they party of defund the police and open borders. Fund under any circumstances, ICE and couldn't pay the border orders like facilities stage in ICE and Border Patrol would not pay them, longest government in U.S. history. So yesterday on the House floor, by one vote, every single Democrat voted against it. We funded for the remainder of Trump's term ICE and Border Patrol, the civilians that weren't getting paid there, and sent that piece of legislation to the president's desk. Democrats don't care. They want the border open. They want law enforcement to fund it. And then when you point out things like, again, as I mentioned earlier, I'm a global war on terror veteran. The September 11th terror attacks saw about almost 3,000 Americans killed. Every 2 weeks under Joe Biden, Over 3,000 Americans died as a result of drug overdoses from drugs peddled in our communities by foreign terrorist organizations, the cartels, and the Democrats couldn't care less. They turn a blind eye to it. Almost 400,000 dead Americans under Joe Biden from drug overdose deaths as a result of cartels and the open border. Democrats truly couldn't care less. They want to continue to defund the police and have our borders open, and that's why we had to pass by one vote last night this legislation to fund the civilians at ICE and Border Patrol and get it to the president's desk.
Yeah, I wish the Democrats were more clear. It's not just a theory about the open border and the welfare state. You know, Milton Friedman and others have said you can have one or the other, you can't have both. Democrats used to love to cite Norway or Denmark or whatever it is when Bernie talks about high and low poverty rates. Denmark has the you can't poverty rising. It's got to be these evil, heartless bastard republics. They're a charge. Same thing for Norway. Before they even consider you for citizenship. So yeah, if you're the number one brain surgeon in India, they'll let you in, but they don't let people in first and figure out how they're going to care for themselves second. They don't do that. That is what our immigration system is doing. Well, not currently under the president, under President permanent.
Healthcare. A few years ago, when Denver, Colorado was experiencing one of the largest per capita influxes in the nation for people coming illegally across the border into Denver, Colorado, the CEO of Denver Health, so Blue City, Sanctuary State, the CEO of Denver Health said that the system, the healthcare system, was being overwhelmed and financially broken by uncompensated care to people flooding across the border and coming and getting free healthcare here in over 100 illegal immigrants who flooded across the border under Joe Biden. You want to talk about healthcare costs? That's a huge piece of it right there. And that's not me saying that. That's it's illegal and breaking Denver Health.
And yet the Democrats think that the American taxpayer should just be responsible for the people they're bringing in. Again, the immigration system's supposed to benefit us. If we don't have enough to treat our veterans with, we have homelessness in these major cities. Maybe we should figure out how to get Americans off the streets before we figure out how to put migrants into hotel rooms. Maybe we should figure out how to take care of our own people if we're going to take care of anyone at the federal level before we extend benefits and free stuff to people who are crossing the border. I think that is the night and day difference between conservatives and progressives right now.
Yeah, I mean, it extends to really all society. We've talked the uncompensated coming gets borne by everybody that's trying to do things the right way. And in fact, the Democrats that are in charge of the state of Colorado right now, they talked about this year adding a 0.5% fee to private insurance. why healthcare is unaffordable in places like Colorado, because Democrats broke the system by paying hundreds of millions of dollars toward illegal immigrants. They broke the system more by making the regulations and the red tape just out of control. They broke it even more on top of that by turning a blind eye to all the fraud, waste, and abuse. And that's just the healthcare system. And as we've talked about, this impacts so many other different areas of society. Colorado right now is one of 5 states in the nation where overdose death rates are still going up because Democrats refuse to enforce the law. They refuse to work with their federal counterparts. The cartels know it. The drug dealers know it. Drug sales are still happening in Colorado, and more people are dying as a result of fentanyl than even last year. Drug overdoses are going up in Colorado right now. Democrats don't care. They turn a blind eye to it, and literally there are thousands of dead people just in Colorado as a result of these failed Democrat policies.
I have to take my break. Is there any place you want me to direct people, a website or something?
Yeah. So I'm the second closest Republican win in the nation. We talked about last night passing that bill to fund vote. Like, I'm your second closest win. I'm not back. Some of my other battleground Republican members aren't back. We don't pass that. We have open borders. So electgabeevans.com is my website. You'll have 2 E's right next to each other. Electgabe. EVNS, 2 E's.
All right. Hey, Representative Gabe Evans, thanks for the time today. We'll talk soon.
Good to be on with you.
All right. We're right. They're wrong. That's the end of the story. The arguments on this radio program cannot be broken. Sirius XM Patriot. Hey everybody, it's Al Roker. I'm Chanel. I'm Dylan. Hope you'll join us for the Off the Rails barbecue. Some people say cookout. Dylan should go off the rails on this one on a lot of hot takes about barbecue. Where are these? Glizzies. You mean hot dog. Glizzies. All right, let's get rolling, guys. USA. Steven Singer, the I Hate Steven Singer guy, just released a brand new limited edition USA 24 karat gold dipped rose to celebrate America 250. It's a red, white, and blue rose with a star-spangled interior. The best part? A portion of the proceeds from each rose sold supports U.S. veterans in need. Steven's famous roses are a real rose, dipped and preserved in pure 24 karat gold, guaranteed to last a lifetime. Get this new one-of-a-kind patriotic rose while helping U.S. vets. The first batch sold out within 24 hours. Hurry to IHateStevenSinger.com to pre-order your USA rose with special patriotic gift box. Or visit Steven Singer Jewelers at the other corner of 8th and Walnut in Philly, or in the Village at Newtown next to the Capitol Grill in Bucks County, Pennsylvania. That's IHateStevenSinger.com.
With the high price of new and used cars today, many drivers are choosing to keep their vehicles a lot longer. But with the average
Still hot there?
now over 12 years old, most manufacturers' warranties have
Still hot
expired.
here. It's 95. Supposed to get some thunderstorms tonight, though. Hopefully that'll lighten it up a little bit.
Could cost you thousands. That's why smart drivers choose Endurance. If your vehicle is less than 20 years old, no matter the mileage, Endurance could have your car covered for the drivetrain, electrical, AC, transmission, and more. And Endurance is with you every step of the way, from filing a claim to paying the mechanic of your choice directly. And your rate won't go up no matter how many claims you
I got like 2 cameras I'm going to hang out there in Green Springs. Oh, nice. You guys already got a little bit of water relief, I think. That's 94 right now here, according to my vehicle.
Hey, Tim, what's wrong?
Somebody brake checked our truck. Their claims chaser attorney thinks his neck needs $50,000 to feel better.
And?
Now I have to go to court, negotiate with insurance.
No way, Tim. We have Samsara now. Dual-facing AI dash cams give us clear video. And instant retrieval means we can pull footage fast before they change the story.
So instead of ruining my quarter,
you just send the footage to legal.
Visit Samsara.com/today to reduce risk and stop false claims with clear evidence.
I was never meant to be a radio host. It's a daily recognition of the freedom of being a woman, a Black woman in America today, and that happens because of merit and talent as opposed to right of kings, right of birth, or some other fluke that could never be mine if I were somewhere else. Stacey on the right, weeknight starting at 9 p.m. Eastern.
About a month worth of
Never gets old. Mike Slater. Yes, Elliot. So the world is trying to experiment of attempting to form a civilized but non-Christian
car washes, so figured July, I got it right on July 1st, so. Yeah, I'm glad we catch you this time. We'll see how early we get done. I don't have a whole lot going on until tomorrow. I want to go see that young George Washington movie at the theater.
On Sirius XM. Weekday mornings, hear Dan Patrick at 9 on Channel 85. We're actually watching the greatest baseball player of all time. And what? It's the Stephen A. Smith Show on Mad Dog Sports Radio, Channel 82. Check me out.
I've seen the previews to it. It looks really good. I love the history of that. Yeah, I mean, it's like for the best car wash at this place I go to, it's $25. But if you pay $45, you can do as many as you want. You go once a day for a month. So I just paid the $45. I'm like, you know, as bad as bugs are right now. Just figured it was worth it. As much driving as I've been doing. I mean, I already got 15,000 miles on my truck.
Why settle for a 7 a.m. tea time when you want it 8? Or an iced coffee when you ask for hot? Or a corporate card that gives you pennies in rewards when you could be saving thousands? Ramp is the
I'm going to run out, hang these 2 cameras. Only thing about that, fuck, I just realized.
With Ramp, you get real-time visibility into every transaction. Out of policy spend, blocked before it clears.
Just realized. I'm going to have to log out of mine and that one to do it on the other phone.
And start driving strategy. Over 40,000 companies already work on Ramp, including CBRE and Shopify. They're not just logos, they're teams reclaiming time, cutting costs, and closing the books without overtime. Because Ramp, the less you touch your expense system, the better it works. Right now, your business can get $250 off at ramp.com/SXM. That's ramp.com/SXM. Ramp, built for savings, not.
They've really expanded the requirements for this month for creator program. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to hit it with the numbers that I'm doing right now. I haven't been consistent enough, but now this is probably going to inspire me to do that because this is actually I'm going to need 75 unique chatters.
To last a lifetime. Get this new one-of-a-kind patriotic rose while helping U.S. vets. The first batch sold out in 24 hours. Hurry to IHateStevenSinger.com to pre-order your USA rose with special patriotic gift box. Or visit Steven Singer Jewelers at the other corner.
It's pretty crazy.
Philly, or in the village of Newtown next to the Capitol Grill in Bucks County, Pennsylvania. That's IHateStevenSinger.com. Hi, I'm Sherry with Life Source Water. Your tap water isn't as clean as you think. City water is full of contaminants, including chlorine and microplastics. At Life Source, we believe your water should support.
I think Trump is in, I'm going to have to try and pull it up. I think he is in at Mount Rushmore right now.
Every system right here in the USA.
Giving a speech.
Save up to $1,000 when we pay your sales tax. Hurry, offer ends July 4th. Call our factory at 1-800-WATER-99 or visit lifesourcewater.com.
Yeah, I actually scheduled this one too, so scheduled it about 45 minutes out. I'll pull it up on my other device in a second.
This message was saying earlier to David Avella, Chairman of GOPAC, talking about the greatness of the Constitution, Declaration, that's all great, well and good if you actually care. You look at someone like Randy Weingarten, you look at the state of government-run education in this country. They're not teaching. Look, I'm sure there are great teachers. We're teaching civics and Western civilization and the history of our country. But there's also a lot of teachers aren't. They're teaching their kids about colonialism and that the country was built on slavery, Project 1619, which is, first of all, not true, but antithetical to a healthy and proper teaching of civics and history in this country. And it's funny. I got Michael Oslin on hold. I will say this. There's a lot to hate about New York City, but if you come here, you can go down to the area, Ground Zero, World Trade Center. St. Paul's Chapel is where George Washington prayed before he became president. You can walk the exact path that George Washington walked to Wall Street, to Federal Hall, and you can stand where he stood. When he took the oath of office, then you can follow his steps to Francis Tavern, where apparently he went drinking after. Whenever we have people ask questions like, if you could witness one moment in time, what would it be? People always say, well, the birth of Jesus, all that stuff. Not that there's anything wrong with that. I'm just saying, I really think sitting in Francis Tavern when George Washington, not being at the inauguration, I mean sitting at the bar, and in comes George Washington, who just became president. He's like, first round's on me, everyone, I'm president. I think that would, if I could travel back in time, I would want to be sitting at the bar when George Washington came walking in to order his first drink. I live in New Jersey by Morristown. We have a national museum to where
What's up, bud?
Washington.
Hey, if you have a Rumble, please hop over there and just say hi and chat. You don't have to stay there. I just need lots of unique chatters this month. They've expanded the requirements for the content creator program. Sorry. No worries. Like I said, I appreciate you being here no matter what. We got a little bit of work to do out at Green Springs, and then we're either going to do some cop watching or a little bit of door dashing. So I might get a hold of Toe. He said he might be available for a little bit as well. So we'll see. Toe for life. All bubbly. That bubble gut. I get it, man. Ooh, that was weird. I've never had to do that before. Jumped around whenever the tire scrubbers attach themselves. Hang on. I gotta pop my mirror back out. All right. Well, he does the driver's side mirror. It's weird. I don't think their tracks are right in the middle the way they're supposed to be. All right, let me see if I can find this Trump at Mount Rushmore. Still giving a speech or not? Wanting to be Americans, or those who had arrived on the Mayflower. The Declaration was the document of unity that they all looked to. It wasn't to separate, and it wasn't to carve out, enclaves. It was that we should all have these rights as Americans together. That's what I think we need to recapture. That's what I hope civics recaptures, and that's why I wrote the book.
I bet it would be wild to go back and see how they celebrated in 1876, right? They had like a big fair in Philadelphia. I believe that the suffragette movement got started that year. Is that correct?
Yeah, well, I have a whole chapter on that. And the suffragette movement actually started in 1848, but you're right. At the 1876 Centennial Exposition, they bring actually the original declaration, the old one that's in the National Archives, they bring it up to Philadelphia for people to see it. Millions see it. Then they read it on July 4th, the actual document. They read it, and then at the end of it, Susan B. Anthony and a few of her compatriots get up and they pass out to the crowd their own declaration of independence for American women. And again, their point was not we're separating. Their point was we want to be full Americans. And I think that's the greatness of the document, is that written, in a particular time and place in 1776, it could appeal to all of us later on, and all of those tens of millions of immigrants who came. They translated it. It wasn't forced down their throats. They wanted to be Americans. They translated it to tell the people in their own communities, this is what it means to be an American. These are your rights, and critically, these are your responsibilities.
Well, look at what we have right now in our society. We have a Democrat Party that wants to import people who never assimilate into the United States, who keep every aspect of their foreign culture and views of government, versus the group you're talking about.
I've never been there. My buddy has been quite a few times.
Very eloquently, Teddy Roosevelt laid out what was expected of people when they came here. People tend to retain their loyalty to their to the nation. Me, they about to hit. She following. They don't even know they playing with that bitch. They who they throwing shit out at each other and everything. Who they boo. Oh shit! Oh shit! I about to hit. I'm following them. Oh shit! I'm following them. Nigga, we got to see this thing go. They gonna crash into somebody playing. Cameraman up here. Cameraman, oh, they gonna see. Oh, she on her ass. I want to see this. They following each other.
That there really still are, and I completely understand what you're saying. I think though there are still millions who want to become Americans, and you look at those naturalization ceremonies, the ones that happen on July 4th and throughout the year, and they're waving flags and they're proud and some are crying. I did the kickoff to the book. The book released yesterday, in fact, so it's on Amazon and all these places. And I did a kickoff event at the JFK Library in Boston. I'm in Boston right now. And we did a book signing afterwards, and this woman came up to me and she said, I survived the Pol Pot's genocide in Cambodia and came to this country where I could live and be free. She became an American citizen. It was so moving to hear that. And I think that, again, that's what we should be encouraging. You encourage people to come here to become citizens, to be productive and contribute. And she had started a small business. And that's exactly the same American story as you rewind 100 years ago, and there's an Italian immigrant or a Greek immigrant also coming, starting a business. And so I think that's what we should be proud of. We should encourage it. That's what we really, I think, is the aim. And, again, there are places that make it easier to stay non-citizens because of all the, the aid that's this is what's expected. And I think on the balance to our history, it really is that people come here with that idea that they want, even if it's not for themselves, they want their kids to be full Americans. And
that's what everyone thinks of Calgary right now. So be curious to see. But you're from Connecticut, super liberal state. How did you become conservative? I think, how does one become anything, really? Because when you like Kamala now, when you think about the nature of society, right, and you think about one person from another, how did you become? What's your name? Christian. How did you become a Christian? Well, I was raised in a Christian household. I was born again. One of my earliest memories is praying the sinner's prayer in preschool. I got baptized in 2022. What about you? Two Christians? No, but I'm a fan. And but when you think about have you heard of the Hare Krishna faith? I'm not one. I'm not a. Why would you? I'm just curious, how different people come to these different religious backgrounds. Do you think Christianity is do you think Jesus is more divine than Hare Krishna, for example, the Buddhist? Is this fully God, fully man? Let's get back to the point here. How did you become conservative? I think a careful analysis of many different things. Anything in particular? Well, when I look at my friends here and here, it's just this country is so beautiful, and frankly, it's the best country. Sound like Trump saying that. Now that you're 19, you're living in DC. Do you think DC feels safer than Connecticut?
Is she working today? She's working in the house. She probably will drop in at one point. She told me she would, but she was busy when I left. So
probably. It depends on where you are in DC, and it depends on where you are.
If I didn't have to do this, I'd be doing yard work. So I may actually do yard work on the 4th of July. So we'll see.
Yeah, I would say it depends. Yeah. Good. Thank you, sir. Christian, you're a great guy.
Turn off this banner. I can just talk to people.
We're still here in Washington, D.C. for America's 250th birthdays. A lot of American flags out here. Would you consider yourself a patriotic person?
I'm the biggest patriot you know.
Biggest patriot? Why?
I love this country. This country has given my family everything, and I'm just happy to be an American, proud to be an American. It's beautiful here.
And where are you from?
I'm from Chicago.
Why Chicago?
Chicago, I was born there, and, I love it. I love the city. I think the city has, a lot to improve on, but I think the city can be the most beautiful city in the entirety of the United States. I was just in New York for the first time, and New York was just absolutely beautiful. I mean, the buildings are so nice. They're so big. Why can't every city be like that in, America?
Right. So you're from Chicago. You know a thing or two about crime. Now you're in D.C.
I mean, I don't know anything about crime, really. I just kind of pay attention, do my own thing. I've never really, hung out with any of the people in Chicago who are committing the crimes, or really been around the crimes. I'm just kind of like, stuck in the books.
So he doesn't live in the city.
About safety, let's say that. You're here. You've survived Chicago this far.
I mean, everyone knows what it means to be safe.
Well, that is true. Housework is never done.
Is this your first time to DC?
I mean, relatively, yeah. I mean, this is my first, stay in DC. So I'm here for the summer.
Yeah. What are you doing this summer in DC?
Say? I cannot say.
Not say. Okay. I respect that. Yeah. So you're living in DC this summer. Would you have come for the 250th if you weren't living here?
100%. Why? I mean, this is basically history. Okay, we are witnessing history right now. I mean, there is no better time to be in DC than today, because this is 250.
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow is basically today. I mean, I see July 3rd and July 4th as the same day. It's kind of like you have July.
Fucking stupid interview. I wonder if he already gave the live keynotes.
So yeah.
What do you look
for? Sometimes
Trump speaking, and then also the whole flyover. I love planes. Planes are fucking amazing. So
I love planes.
Fucking amazing, he said. We'll probably be grilling, yes. I'm not sure what I'm grilling yet. I haven't grabbed what I'm grilling yet. Trying to decide last minute. This actually has me not taking the turnpike. That's odd. So there must be something going on the turnpike. So the signal goes in and out a little bit when I come out of Perrysburg here. So we'll see how it reacts. Of course, if it disconnects, I'll reconnect it. Let's go back over to Wilcow, because I think I was a boner.
The right wing, unless you really are so Marxist, I guess, that you believe that the Constitution is the impediment to your agenda. Right or wrong, I believe in the Constitution. Look, I'm pro-life, and when Roe v. Wade was overturned, it meant that the states were going to make their own abortion laws, for better or for worse. There are some that say,
complete.
I don't want to listen to Ann Arbor, that's for sure. Let's do a nearby check. Yeah, I'm definitely going to do veggies with whatever meat I choose. Me, I'm a big steak guy, but price of steak is still up there, so get what you can find, kind of thing. I still have plenty of Italian sausages and stuff like that. Burgers, always a good option. I love my butter burgers. I've made those on the Blackstone a few times. Those are delicious. Probably just going to go with the Sandusky, Fremont, Clyde, since that's what we're driving into. Ooh. It's pretty quiet.
6:30. 6 there. I'll be staying stationary at 61598 Big South. Yep.
So I didn't know that. Does steak keep vampires away? Or is it the garlic I put on them?
714, 7200. Good.
So I eat them pretty bloody.
I'll be back in.
Yeah, I know. I was in his chat. He texted me afterwards. He said he saw me. He just got distracted.
Okay.
I got in near the end. He put Copwatch on there, although he didn't go anywhere. He just sat in his car. Thanks for letting me know, though, because I'm not getting notifications for hardly anybody anymore. Maybe because I'm not on enough. I appreciate you letting me know he was live. I wouldn't have known until afterwards. He hasn't been live much lately either, though. With AJOT. Sliding back over to Texas for now. That's where her family's from, though. So it seems like to me, that's where you want to be in the wintertime. Oh, that's cool. Out and about on YouTube. Oh, wow. You're just going to come up in front of me and just cut me off. All right, cool. Nice job, Volvo.
362. 2026. King Victor Sam 2148. King Victor Sam 2148.
Yeah, it's where her family's at. So he said due to that, he does have a little bit more free time. Other than when he's working, he's got more free time. So he wants to try and get out and maybe do a couple of cop watches together. I'm down. I'm always down if I have the time. I just been so busy with the bar acquisition and everything. No new news there. Meeting with the lawyers next Tuesday. I guess that is new news. Yeah. Well, they do almost every day. They have a special soups and stuff. They call them MacGyver dogs, which is basically Coney dogs. Hot dogs are really good. I love natural casing hot dogs.
31 people. 31, you're good.
Sent my son a message earlier. He never replied to me, though.
26, do we do it? Good. Okay, project lifesaver on the board. I'll be in route to that location. Good, thank you. Good, thanks. Okay. 6 there. Not for 6 and 590 all the way to 6 and 300. I don't see any sign of 6. Only 45.
For tacos, they're all right. I mean, they're just tacos. The meat's good. They only do the ground beef ones when they do them. They got a great burger though. They have a local regional person here. It's called the Burger Review Guy though. He gave them a great grade on their burger there. He checks out mostly bars and stuff. Gave them a really good grade on their burger. Cop there for a second. So yeah, I got 2 more cameras. They need a couple in the parking lot here, so I'm gonna have to figure it out how I want it done. But I got 2 to hang up. Oh, that reminds me, I was gonna disconnect. Right.
3 seconds.
Yeah, tavern burgers are the best, as long as they're cooked right. Well, we do the we do the potato skins same way. That is it. That is an option. House chips. Well, we don't make we make the British version of chips. We make fresh cut fries. We literally have a potato cutter for fries. All the fries there are fresh cut. So that type of chips. But no, potato chips, no. Actually, they do. They don't. They do make them because that's they have a loaded potato chip thing. It's true. I'm gonna have to check the Google site because I'm not sure it's got the updated menu on it. I mean, they're the one they have. We're gonna tweak it a little bit, but yeah, some malted vinegar, salt. We're gonna have a garlic aioli available too when we take over. Right now, that's all they have is the regular condiments. I love garlic aioli, especially with fries. Maybe a poutine, whatever. Oh, shit. Ooh, brake. Don't hit me in the rear. And the guy behind me was flying up. I don't think that's a lane, dude, but okay. I think that's the shoulder he's driving on. Oh, he just realized that he moved over. Oh, yeah. Just keep some curds, cheese curds available, some brown gravy. Yum, yum. Maybe a little bit of mushrooms. I prefer mine with, but a lot of people don't. All right, cool. I'm logged in on this phone. I'm gonna have to. I'm not gonna end the stream when I get there because I'm gonna try and just use the truck, keep it in the truck, and just broadcast what I'm doing. I do have to run in and install a monitor for the director, but that'll be quick. Horseshoe? I've never heard of that, but it sounds good. It sounds very good. I didn't know they were doing this work along here either. Oh, I didn't see her pop in. Hey, babe. It's quiet. I've got it on the Sandusky scanner and Sandusky, Fremont, and everything. Super quiet. Looks nice. Yeah, we're supposed to get some thunderstorms at one point today. I'm not sure when they're supposed to hit. I haven't looked. That's what they predicted this morning. Oh, shit. Dude. That was my pre-collision alert going off. Avoiding housework. It's okay. You can on broadcastify.com. That's the best one. I use an app, but if you're doing it on with a browser, it's easier. They have one that it like brings them all together. Our local one. It's got a playlist. If you click on Lucas, you click on Ohio, then click on Lucas County, and one of them combines the Ohio State Police, Lucas County Sheriff, and all the locals: Toledo PD, Rossford, Maumee. All the Lucas County small PDs are on there too, plus fire. Which I wish you could turn the fire part off. I mean, you do get a lot of incentive from fire calls, but they tone everything out like 2 or 3 times. So like other things are happening while they're talking a lot. Shit. I was just going a little fast there. Broadcastify, yeah. That's what I use at night. Actually, I can send you the exact link of the one I use. I have it on my. I just happen to have it on my browser on a browser tab all the time. It's for the birds. See if I can share this. Wait a minute. Yeah.
36162.
Yeah, we got quite a few animals in the house, so it's never ending. Ooh, there's a cabbage patch here. What are they doing? What are the Mexicans doing in the cabbage patch? Here's a link to it. That's the channel I go to. That's for our local area. You can pick any of them.
361. John X-Ray George 2674. John X-Ray George 2674. 361 RV is valid. Blue 22 Toyota out of Tiffin.
All them. Yeah, I'm hoping this doesn't take too long. The monitor shouldn't take long at all, as long as I can get into his computer and let me actually take. Heat phone. What? Your phone got hot? Mine seems to be working still. kind of a dead zone here. I warned you about it. We'll go in and out sometimes.
27, King Call Lincoln 5589, King Call Lincoln 5589. 1445 RP is valid. Light blue 2012 Ford out of Gray Springs.
I didn't even notice it on my other device here. I'm going to use to monitor it. Well, they're actually legal during the day, but where they're having displays though, they don't like people setting them off. Like there's a buffer zone, especially around the river area of downtown tomorrow. In fact, there's age and bag restrictions going on there too. I mean, Indiana, there's a certain time frames. As long as you're, not shooting them at people or shooting them around dry stuff. Let me pull it up actually. Ohio fireworks laws.
Ohio law allows adults 18 and older to use 1.4 G consumer fireworks on their own property or another's with permission on specific holidays between 4 p.m. and 11 p.m. Cities and townships can ban or restrict them further. For legal advice, consult a professional.
There you go. Let me see what Toledo's is. Because the city, it messes with their shot spotters. Back up. Good. See what Toledo's specific ones are. I didn't want her to read it to me. I can read it myself, but that's kind of cool. Okay, so consumer and bottle rockets are strictly illegal to possess or discharge within the Toledo city limits. While Ohio allows it, Toledo exercised its right to opt out of the state law. Well, you would think the supremacy clause would override that if you ever got a citation for it. Allowed items: sparklers, snaps, and glow sticks, and smoke bombs. It's a first-degree misdemeanor. Holy crap. Let me see what Lucas County's is. That's crazy. Well, there's a cop up ahead. I better be careful. Yeah, that's what they call it up in Detroit, too, between Detroit and Windsor. Canada. They call it, and that from July 1st to July 4th, they call it the Freedom Festival because July 1st is the Canadian Independence Day, and then they have like a 4-day festival. Yeah, you can, and look outside city limits, it's fine because it looks like it's commiserate with the state law. So we're good at our house. We could do something. I mean, I wouldn't mind doing something. I kind of want to stay away from downtown Toledo, unless you want to go to like the ball game or something. That would be good. I mean, if it's cooler, it's supposed to be cooler tomorrow. Let me see the temperature tomorrow. And thunderstorms tonight. Thunderstorms tomorrow too. High of 90. Wonder if they're going to rain out the fireworks. That would suck. 62% chance of thunderstorms tomorrow. Let me see the hourly. Yeah, the Mud Hens are playing, and they do their own fireworks too. Yeah, it says thunderstorms in the evening, then variable clouds overnight. So,
And Q14 45, check them.
it's going to be hit or miss whether or not it's raining.
Yep.
Yeah, no, it's been beautiful all week. And of course, on the 4th of July, which is, I guess, White House did theirs last night, which is unusual because we were pretty sealed up because it was so hot. We got all our windows closed and the AC going. So, yeah, I know. They were talking about it when we were at local time. Because it got super busy right when we were leaving. There's always that going on around here. But last week in July, we have the
All units back in from parade, all on duty.
brews, brats, and all that stuff.
Okay.
Oh, they just finished the Fremont parade, Independence Day parade. Red's is actually closed. Believe me, I'm disgusted about it. Fucking John and Janine are trying to, I think, sabotage that fucking place before we take over. Yeah. They had people scheduled, but then they announced to the staff that they were gonna so the staff could be with their families on the 250th. They were closing. I think the staff would rather make money, but
30 to 7200.
yeah. That was one of the things me and Bill were bitching about all week.
What?
It was rumor for most of the week, but it was confirmed.
Stop in the County Parks, White Star, to Kansas 235 for Adam Mary Union. The Kansas plate 235 for Adam Mary Union.
17, please respond 1300 Oak Harbor Road, 1300 Oak Harbor Road for a diabetic issue. Your time now, 15:25.
Yeah, they've made a few questionable decisions lately, but it's not our place yet, so we can't even bitch about it publicly, really. Ooh, damn, that dude keeps hitting the rubble strips. I hope he's okay. It's like the third time I've seen this
630,
car in front of me hit the rubble strips.
Chevy.
There he goes again. There he goes again. He's just riding that yellow line. I think we may have a little bit of adult beverage action going on up here. Yeah, go ahead and take a peek, see if you can find anything, something close. Yeah, I'd like to kind of wear some of the stuff.
Kansas deal.
Stuff I got too.
What? King 0315387. Repeating King 03315387.
Yeah, right. I really doubt he would want to go. He's going to say, I'm fine. Yeah, I'd like to cook too on the grill. And if I'm not too late Copwatching tonight, I'd like to get up early enough to cut the grass tomorrow before it rains. Especially if it's going to rain tonight.
Appears to come back to a Javier Sierra of Kansas. Wichita, Kansas.
Wichita.
Valid, but if you make that county park CA, I'll be back on the line. Clear.
Well, at least he was nice and gave the Kansas boy a warning. Well, Javier got lucky today. Oh, did you grab that thing out of the printer and sign that yet? I got to scan that and send it back to a page. I'm not sure what we're going to do statement shit that she wants. I got caught up.
Joel, huh? 7211. Good. Receiver reports of a jet ski in distress somewhere near your location by cubic buckets. We're trying to get further. Eastbound to 27, John Charles Nora 5779. John Charles Nora 5779. Holy 7th Street.
Holy 7th.
Yeah, 19 south of Tuesday East, Henry John Roberts 6504. Henry John Roberts 6504. High visibility distress. I think we have them here.
Have my,
Okay, we'll start across to you on 10.
and I've been seeing a lot of full-size Broncos out and about. Yeah, probably it's over 150 years old. It might be even older than that. Some other ones that are pretty old along here too. Kind of hidden by trees, you really can't see them, but they're pretty large. That's one of the nicest ones, though, the one you like.
7205. Subject on the jet ski indicating if you turn left, you'll be heading directly towards them.
Yeah, we got them here.
It's hard to spend an extra almost 20,000 on it, you know. There's freaking 12 people viewing. You would think there'd be more lurkers. Hey, if you remember, can you switch your name and just say hi with the other name too, babe? We literally got to have 75. I got to have 75 unique chatters this month. I don't know how I'm gonna do it, but we're gonna work for it though. We're gonna do what we can.
Yeah, Dusty 6:30. Check up.
And it's no longer an option to do shorts. They want you to do this month. They want us to do 20 shorts. That's what I was doing last night. I was downloading a bunch of them. So I just need to edit them and get them up. But that's why anytime you see anybody popping in on YouTube, just ask them if they can, if they want to. I'm not forcing anybody to do nothing, but if they could just, if they don't have one, create a Rumble, just pop in and say hi. They don't have to watch the whole stream on Rumble. But I'm really going to push it this month. I hit my numbers last month pretty early, and that's why I kind of tapered off at the end of the month and got one of the lowest payouts I've had in almost a year. So, man, my stomach, I just realized I haven't eaten anything. Yeah, I should. I got a new sponsor though. Private internet access. I have a code down there or a link in the description for private internet access now. You get free virus protection, free VPN. You get a little bit of storage space, cloud storage space. Pretty good deal. Yeah, I'm pulling up now. I'm gonna walk in real quick just to see if Brent's here, and if he is, I'm gonna grab his monitor and do that first.
Family, move out of the way.
Traffic. Unit with traffic. Pre-identified. Go ahead.
I'm gonna pull right up into the spot here. Put you guys. Yeah, thank you. I appreciated doing that. I don't know if that pole is going to be good enough for what I want to do. I'm going to have to mount them on the building. Just got to figure out how and where. All right, I'll be right back. Let me turn on the satellite radio and then turn off the idle kill. Because I got to take my phone with me to go in there.
You've got to wear a sweater, and in the middle of winter, put your thermostat
They're easy to make.
to 68 degrees. I don't want to be freezing in the middle of winter, and I don't want to alter my lifestyle because
easiest
so
is with the extra Gmail account.
But you buy into this climate alarmism, radicalism, and meanwhile we have more energy reserves when it comes to oil and gas and coal than any country on the face of the earth, and enough for hundreds and hundreds of years. And then you're telling us, to put our thermostats down. In this case, for example, New York City, like Washington, D.C., is in the middle of a massive heat wave, and temperatures apparently inside City Hall apparently plunged as low as 54 degrees yesterday during this heat wave, despite, Mayor Marxist Zoran Mamdani urging other New Yorkers to set their air conditioners to 78. Now, 78 does not give you a lot of comfort when it's 100 degrees outside. I like it at like 69 or 70, when the temperature is that hot. Anyway, so the New York Post reported today that reporters that were armed with infrared thermometers tested 20 spots within City Hall and other municipal offices and buildings in New York City, and all but 5 of them were below 78 degrees. I mean, it's sort of like, oh, okay, AC for me and the elite, but not for thee. At that temperature, if you're an older person, you need to stay cool. You need to have air conditioning. You just need it. But yet inside Mamdani City Hall, more than 20 degrees cooler than his heat wave order allowed for the rest of the people in New York. Anyway, by 4:30, temperatures even plummeted more in the mayor's office building, with air in one room testing at 54 degrees. Now, at that point, it's probably too cold. And I don't know, maybe at that point they put the heat on, but then you're still using electricity. Mamdani gave a July 4th address, and of course he blasted capitalism and, condemned America for defending liberty and freedom. He said, I see America when we spend our tax dollars on bombs and bailouts, and then we sell our elections to the highest bidder. Isn't this the party that gets money from, George Soros and all these other billionaire leftists that want to radically change America? Anyway, he decried capitalism and U.S. involvement in foreign wars. Now, I asked this question, and we brought this up many times before. Every single source I have within government, and I do have more than the average person in media, I'm going to be blunt. There's not a single person that I have talked to that would know that has told me anything other than what Steve Witkoff told us on this radio program, the Mideast Envoy, and what he said to me on TV. And that is, we didn't have a choice when it came to epic fury. That if the Iranians ever got near the 60% enriched uranium, that they can turn it into weapons grade 90% enriched uranium in under 12 days. With 460 kilograms, that's about 11 or 12 nuclear weapons. So the president had no choice. Over here, and then I'll come back out. That which nobody else would do. Anyway, Mamdani is getting, mocked after urging New Yorkers to limit their AC use. One Massachusetts woman stepped in it after a shameful Democratic governor boycott of the Great American State Fair. Why would you? I played this the other day. I'm going to play it again. And it was on fake news CNN. 93% of Republicans are proud of this country. Only 1% of Republicans said they're not proud of this country. When it comes to Democrats, They're at a whopping low 27%. If you go back a decade or two, that was never the case in this country. I mean, whether you were Democrat, Republican, Independent, didn't matter. You kind of had a fundamental understanding that we live in a very special country. The premise that this country, that rights come from God, not from man, and that elected officials govern at the consent of the governed, meaning we the people. But listen to CNN report on how radicalized this Democratic Party is, and it's across the board, because people keep saying, well, only 7% of people voted, for these three lunatics in New York that beat these incumbents, or that lady out in Colorado. No, it's way bigger than that. Listen. There is such a polarization, partisan split on this issue, the largest that I've ever seen. Just take a look at this. This is where it really gets interesting, and I would dare say a little bit nutty. How proud to be an American? Among Republicans, 93% are extremely or very proud. Just a single one, say they have little to no pride in being an American. But look over at the Democratic side. This is where we've seen this extremely or very number. It's been taking a tumble at 27%. But look at this. The little or no proud to be an American actually among Democrats eclipses, is greater than the extremely or very proud number. So how do we interpret these numbers? So 93% of Republicans are extremely or very proud of America. Only 1% are not. Democrats is 27%. However, that number eclipsed by the number of Democrats that are not proud of the country. So when you look at these stories and you look at these elections, you just can't dismiss this as some type of anomaly. When Mamdani endorses, well, first of all, who now represents the Democratic Party? We keep talking about this. Graham Plattner, a lunatic, 20 years, Nazi tattoo. For 11 years, Democrats have been, claiming that Donald Trump is a Nazi. Now they're electing a guy that for 20 years had a Nazi tattoo and has said the most despicable, disgusting, repulsive things, even about women that are victims of sexual assault and rape, even to young girls on social media that are threatening to commit suicide. Never mind that he thinks the people in his state are stupid and ignorant and racist, or cisgender Tellerico, and Tellerico, thinks that God is non-binary, and he's championing not only the right of women to play men's sports, but he's championing the right of biological men to have access to abortion. I need to go back to school. I must have missed something in biology class, because I didn't know that was possible. I didn't know there were 6 genders either. We have been, I'm actually going to offer a prize. I don't know what the prize is. If somebody can name what the other 4 genders are, I'd like to know what they are. And if a biological man can have a child, please call the program and let me know how that's biologically possible. Because obviously I need an education. So if you think that these incumbent Democrats, especially, this lady out in Colorado who's just, her name is Malat Kiros, and everything that she espouses, which is absolutely insane, which is, radical, insane socialism. And then you got all the people that Mamdani endorsed in New York. I mean, all I need to say, they're all the same in terms of what their belief system is. Calling for, government to seize the means of production, government to seize private property, government to take people's private homes, calling for the complete abolishment of the police. They want to abolish America's prisons. They want to get rid of America's borders. In this case of this lady in New York, she doesn't even want anyone deported ever, not even criminal illegals convicted of rape and murder. And that follows up on Tampon Tim Walz. And, here they have a guy convicted, an illegal immigrant convicted of sexually assaulting a 10-year-old girl multiple times. And what does Tampon Tim do? the guy that puts, feminine hygiene products in boys' bathrooms in grade school. His answer is to give that guy a pardon, and then the pardon board goes along with it. Why? For the purpose, then you can't deport them. And I've always said the power of the pardon is as absolute. I stand by it, but that's a problem. That's a big problem. Hakeem Jeffries was asked about how he's going to deal with these socialist Democrats now that want to remove him. Now, remember, after that lunatic that I just mentioned in New York won her primary, he put up on X, a congratulatory note to this woman, and the thanks he gets from that woman is, I'll never support him for leader of anything. I thought it was, divine justice. Anyway, so NPR reported that in an interview that he gave with them this morning, Jeffries tried to make the case for party unity, while also, of course, trying to dodge questions about, the radical socialists that celebrated their recent victories. And anyway, so he was on NPR, and every time, Jeffries was asked about the candidates that defeated incumbent Democrats that he had backed in these primaries, he changed the subject to President Trump, and the GOP agenda, saying Democrats are focused on flipping Republican-held seats in November. That's sort of like, the 5 times in a row that Chuck Schumer is asked about what he thinks about Graham Plattner with his Nazi tattoo. We're going to beat Susan Collins, and we're going to take over the Senate. What do you think about Graham Plattner? We're going to beat Susan Collins, and we're going to take over the Senate. These guys are scared to death to give an answer because there is no answer for them. If they dare speak out against them, it's just going to expedite their exit out of the Senate, out of the House, and out of leadership, which, by the way, is now inevitable. It's only a matter of time. Now, the New York Post had an article today. These Democratic socialists are now planning to primary congressional Democrats all across the country, all throughout the heartland. And with these recent upset victories, they're now eyeing more political breakthroughs. They're looking at states like Missouri and Michigan, Wisconsin. They're even looking at my free state of Florida. By the way, good luck in Florida. You're not going to do well. Just like Tallarico. If Tallarico wins in Texas, I will be stunned. I will be shocked. I can't see the people of Texas voting for a guy that wants a welcome mat on the border, that's running a vegan campaign in a cattle state, that doesn't want oil or gas, production in an oil and gas state, a guy that believes in 6 genders, a guy that finds it complicated, finds the American flag complicated. This is Texas. Texas is proud of their country. Good luck. Well, Ken Paxton has some controversy around him. Ken Paxton's controversies are nothing to compare to this guy. So the Democrats now, I guess, obviously the radicals are now energized. One House Democratic staffer said, we are so cooked. Even they're beginning to figure out they're in deep trouble. Anyway, so we have more on that. We'll get to that. We have Governor Ron DeSantis. He's here in South Dakota with us. We're in South Dakota. We'll be covering the events tonight. Hannity, 9 to 11 p.m. Eastern. Set your DVR, 7 to 9 o'clock local time. President Trump will speak during that 2-hour period at some point. When he does, we'll cover that. We have great guests tonight. When we come back, we'll check in with my governor from the free state of Florida, Governor Ron DeSantis, as we continue from South Dakota. Tonight, Hannity from Mount Rushmore as we continue.
Sean Hannity. Did you know your life insurance is an asset you can sell? I'm Jay Jackson, CEO of Abacus Life. For almost 20 years, Abacus has been purchasing life insurance policies from seniors just like you. And at abacuspays.com, we've created a free policy value calculator so you can find out the worth of your policy in just seconds. There are no fees. Get real value for your life insurance when you need it with Abacus. Learn more at abacuspays.com.
Hi, I'm Venus Williams. Years ago, an autoimmune disease almost ended my career. I wasn't trying to win Wimbledon. I was just trying to get out of bed. I realized my body was starving for nutrients. I needed a way to get real energy back. So I created Happy Viking. This is a complete meal replacement built on the 30-10 rule. That's 30 grams of plant-based protein for strength and energy, and 10 grams of fiber for total gut health. And it keeps you full longer. It's hypoallergenic, vegan, and packed with over 100 superfoods and nutrients. It's creamy like a milkshake. It feels like a cheat meal that actually fuels you. If you are tired of being tired, go to drinkhappyviking.com. Use code FUEL and save 20% when you subscribe today. That's drinkhappyviking.com, code FUEL.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-1839. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an 8+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-1839. That's 800-575-1839. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
You can argue opinions all day long, but you can't argue results. Greetings, naturopathic Dr. Dennis Black here, founder of Rough Greens. And for years, the big pet food companies have told you that their kibble has everything your dog needs. But here's the truth. That bag of food is cooked at such high temperatures, it's dead food. And when you feed dead food day in and day out, the fallout is itchy skin, achy joints, no energy, and endless trips to the vet. But when you add Rough Greens, you get the live vitamins, probiotics, enzymes, omega oils, and antioxidants that your dog needs. It's not marketing hype. That's real results. Senior dogs are running around like puppies. Skin problems, finally finding relief. And even the pickiest eaters are licking their bowl clean. That's proof the industry can't deny. I don't want you to take my word for it. I want you to see it for yourself. I'll send you a free Jumpstart trial bag. You just cover the shipping. Go to roughgreens.com, use discount code PROOF. That's RUFF Greens, discount code PROOF.
This is going to sound strange. You're not yourself. It's not just stress. It's not even just in your head. There's a physical reason you feel stuck. And we're seeing the same patterns in dogs, even horses, because this isn't about your thoughts. It's about your nervous system. I'm Mark Fox. I was a space shuttle chief engineer. You're not broken. That's why I wrote Go Find Joy. It became an Amazon bestseller in 3 different categories. Get it free at gofindjoy.com.
The people of the United States in American history. July 1st, 1863, the Battle of Gettysburg begins during the Civil War. And on July 4th, 1776, the Declaration of Independence is adopted, marking the birth of the United States. Counting down to America 250, only on Sirius XM Patriot 125. David Webb, America's evolution over 250 years is part of our celebration. What we do next as a country, what you do next as an American matters. It's about we the people. That's where the power begins. That's where the power continues. That's where the future lies for America. The David Webb Show, weekdays from 9 a.m. to noon Eastern on Sirius XM Patriot. Freedom never gets old. Sirius XM Patriot, channel 125.
Continue, we're in South Dakota. A great Hannity tonight, 2 hours, 9 to 11. Probably one of the best celebrations for the 250th anniversary. Ron DeSantis is here in South Dakota. We'll talk to him next. We'll get to your calls today as well, 800-941-SEAN, as we continue. Again, Hannity from Mount Rushmore tonight at 9 Eastern.
If you owe the IRS or state, if you've received a levy or garnishment notice, the worst thing you can do is ignore it. The problem isn't going away, and the longer you put it off, the more penalties and interest keep piling up. So what should you do? Call a company that can help. The experts at Rush Tax Resolution know how to fight the IRS and win. Rush Tax is A+ rated with the BBB, and they've helped thousands of people put an end to their tax problems for good. And if you're a business owner and owe payroll taxes, did you know the IRS can shut you down and come after you personally? Rush Tax helps business owners stay in business. They've even been able to stop levies and garnishments the same day. Call 800-485-3021 now, and Rush Tax will tell you upfront and for free if they can help. And they only take cases they know they can help. 800-485-3021. 800-485-3021. 800-485-3021. Or rushtaxresolution.com.
Veterans and active duty service members. When your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. An elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
Hi, I'm Joe Perillo with JoePerillo.com. I'd like to tell you about Perillo Collision. The Perillo Collision staff are trained and insured to repair Bentleys, Rolls-Royce, Lamborghinis, or any other high-end luxury vehicles. We service accidents from all over the country. Maintain your luxury vehicle's warranty with our professional team. Visit JoePerillo.com. That's JoePerillo.com. That's JoePerillo, and click on Perillo Collision, or call us at 312-BMW 1111.
Mike Slater. The great poet T.S. Eliot. He said the world is trying the experiment of attempting to form a civilized but non-Christian mentality. The experiment will fail. We must be very patient in awaiting its collapse. Meanwhile, redeeming the time so that the faith may be preserved alive through the dark ages before us, to renew and rebuild civilization and save the world from suicide. I share that because we need to keep fighting. They will fail. We will win.
Breitbart News Daily with Mike Slater. Weekdays from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. Eastern on SiriusXM Patriot.
Freedom never gets old.
We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their creed with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Freedom never gets old. Celebrating America 250. SiriusXM Patriot. We, the people of the United States, history in American history. July 1st, 1863, the Battle of Gettysburg begins during the Civil War.
And on July 4th, 1776, the Declaration of Independence is adopted, marking the birth of the United States.
Counting down to America 250, only on SiriusXM Patriot 125.
News this hour at Town Hall. I'm Bob Agnew in Washington. The nation's capital bracing to celebrate America's 250th birthday in a big way.
Thousands are expected to gather on the National Mall for a day of patriotic festivities, including military flyovers, live entertainment, fireworks, and a Freedom 250 celebration featuring remarks from President Trump, with visitors traveling from across the country to mark the historic milestone. Willie Nelson, the White House.
Among those visiting the National Mall and getting ready for tomorrow's big liberation, Vicki Waterrod and Marianne Waitward, they say they're not going to miss the biggest party in the world.
We're here for the 250th anniversary party. No one throws a party like the USA. Home in the USA. For those who don't know it, this is the greatest country in the world. We have the freedom to do anything we want, to be anything we want. Nothing can stop us but our own goals and dreams.
Spacecraft now racing to save a sinking telescope.
Northrop Grumman on Friday launched a 3-armed spacecraft called Catalyst that'll try to save a NASA telescope in danger of crashing back to Earth. The Swift telescope, launched in 2004, is steadily sinking because of recent solar storms. NASA is paying $30 million for Catalyst to meet up with the telescope in about a month.
As Donna Warder reporting, the diagnosis is in, and there can be no doubt about it. The U.S. has a bad case of
World Cup fever. Fox Sports says the U.S. Bosnia-Herzegovina match on Wednesday night was the most watched soccer telecast in English language history, with more than 24.4 million viewers. The audience peaked at just under 32 million. The U.S. won the game 2-0 to advance to the round of 16, its first knockout win since 2002. The match topped the 22.3 million viewers on English language TV for the 2015 FIFA Women's World Cup Final. I'm Mike Hampton. More of these stories at townhall.com.
You bought an RV, and you got an automatic discount from Progressive by bundling it with your home or auto insurance. That's great, but a serious word of warning every RVer should heed. You don't need to talk about things like dry weight or dump stations. And you don't need one of those expensive water filter straws either. Because the most extreme thing most RVers encounter is a campsite without hookups. So just enjoy yourself. And Progressive's automatic discount when you bundle your RV, boat, or motorcycle with your home or auto insurance. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
1812, America won its religious freedom. Now, that constitutional right has been attacked from inside our own government.
We all of a sudden became the enemy. I got 6 months house arrest, 5 years probation. I'm sorry, our rights have been suspended?
Don't miss the powerful new documentary by Dawn's Early Light, how President Trump's task force to eradicate anti-Christian bias exposed the truth. By Dawn's Early Light. For a limited time, watch it free at ByDawnsEarlyLightFilm.com. ByDawnsEarlyLightFilm.com.
The U.S. Justice Department and 17 states have reached settlement agreements with 3 major egg producers this week to resolve allegations that the companies illegally colluded for years to raise their prices, including last year when those costs soared to record highs. Wildfire threats in the West. Here's correspondent Ed Donahue.
Red flag wildfire warnings are in effect in several states in the West. The Cottonwood fire in Utah is the biggest. A state of emergency has been declared. Fireworks are being restricted. The National Weather Service issued a rare, particularly dangerous situation warning. UCLA geography professor Park Williams says the West got a good amount of rain to start the year, but
the tap just totally turned off. So low precipitation totals and really high temperatures have left our forests really abnormally parched.
Red flag warnings stretch from Idaho to southern Arizona and New Mexico. I'm Ed Donahue.
Breaking news at townhall.com.
We all make promises to ourselves to live healthier, eat better, move more, drink smarter. With Aquasana water filters, drinking smarter is effortless. Aquasana turns every tap in your home into a source of cleaner, healthier, better tasting water without all the plastic bottles. Their filters reduce chlorine, PFAS, microplastics, and other unwanted impurities while keeping the essential minerals your body needs, like potassium and calcium. You'll notice the difference right away in every sip, every meal, even every shower. From washing produce to brewing coffee to winding down at night, Aquasana helps protect your home and your family from harmful contaminants in your water. Because healthy living starts with healthy water. So make the switch that's better for you, your family, and the planet. Visit Aquasana.com and use promo code SXM to get up to 50% off select systems. That's AQUASANA.com. Promo code SXM. Aquasana. Better water, better living.
Summer in America means something special. Family cookouts, long weekends, small town parades, time outside with the people who matter most. It's the season that reminds you why this country is worth celebrating. And while America's 250th birthday is upon us, Black Rifle Coffee Company didn't just suddenly discover patriotism because of an anniversary. They proudly celebrated America, her military, her flag, and the communities that keep this country strong since the company was founded. That spirit is front and center this summer with their limited edition red, white, and blue commemorative coffee bags. Same great roast, just black, beyond black, and Spirit of 76. But in a bag meant for celebration. These are the coffees built for early mornings before the house wakes up, afternoons at the lake, and evenings around the grill with family and friends. Because for Black Rifle Coffee, patriotism isn't a campaign, it's a way of life. Find the commemorative bags now at Walmart or your local grocery store. Black Rifle Coffee Shop. Online at blackriflecoffee.com. Veteran founded. American roasted. This is America's coffee.
Now we're coming to your city. Gonna lay our guitars and sing you a country song. We'll all be flying.
All right, I'm back.
big night for progressives. It's time for the old guard to step aside.
All these ideologies stem from this Christofascism movement.
All right. All right, I got to figure out where I'm going to put them.
Universal child care.
Yes.
Free school meals.
Yes.
Guaranteed paid leave.
Yes.
Abolishing ICE.
Yes.
Legalizing cannabis.
Yes.
A free Palestine.
Yes.
Freedom is back in style. Welcome to the revolution.
Yeah, we're coming to your city. Don't play our guitars and sing you a country song.
More behind-the-scenes information on breaking news and more.
I'm just looking at angles on the front of this building. I got 2 cameras to put up. I got to figure out where I'm going to mount them, though. They got to be where they can still get sun, though, too. I'm thinking that corner there. Shooting this way.
2 hours, 9 to 11 p.m. at Mount Rushmore. It's going to be a great fireworks display. Tomorrow, by the way, Saturday, yes, I will be working. I will be in our nation's capital. And, of course, that's going to be the biggest fireworks display.
Okay, we're going to go right on top up here.
What's kind of cool is my governor.
I don't know if I could reach it with the ladder I got, though. It's not a very tall ladder.
Here, he is in South Dakota. He's going to be on our TV show tonight. And Governor, always an honor to have you. There's a ton of cool stuff happening in our state. I'll get to that. Before I do that, I went through this.
Some 2-sided tape.
Of Mount Rushmore, how it was carved with dynamite, how it took 14 years of work, how they put all of this together, how it almost wasn't built. And how there's a hidden chamber behind, Abraham Lincoln's face. Do you know a lot about it? Because when I started reading it, I couldn't stop reading it.
No, this is my first time I'm going to be able to see it, so I'm looking forward to doing the show with you tonight. I've just heard it's a real engineering marvel. I have actually flown over it in the past, and it's like conspicuous even if you're in the air because it's so big. So I think it's going to be a fitting night to celebrate the beginning of the America 250 weekend. And this is a really important anniversary for our country because we have a unique founding. We had founding fathers who risked everything, and they had a lot to lose because they felt so strongly about establishing a nation where your rights come from God, not from government, where we have rule of law, not the rule of individuals.
I'm thinking off of the face there that way.
In all of human history. But by golly, in the United States, we were going
to back my truck right up to there and do it off my truck.
We're fortunate to inherit as Americans.
I just want to catch as much of it as I can. Still be able to catch parts of the away. Then he wants the other one away.
Your reaction to, for example, all of these radicals now that
got about 100 to 110 degrees of view.
Uncharted waters for a midterm election.
Yeah, that pole is leaning a little bit, isn't it? I'd love to be able to mount them on these utility poles, but we don't own those.
By the way, do you know what the other 4 genders are, Governor?
That sub pole would be a perfect one to do.
Putting out the call to everybody. Nobody can tell me. He's fighting for the right of biological.
Oh, we shut that down in Florida. We had to battle Disney. We wanted to make sure that our kids could go to school and not be told that there are, 65 genders. And so in Florida, all that's been dead on arrival. So I must confess, I'm a little ignorant about all that.
Is it DeSantis?
When we saw that coming down the pike 4 or 5 years ago, we put the kibosh on it very quickly.
By the way, did you know that Tallarico has been championing the rights not only for men to play women's sports, but the right for biological men to have access to a
That's not a bad idea, but I also want to be able to catch the
maybe I need to go back to school.
Catch the dumpsters themselves. If I do it on one of those little sheds or something.
Yeah, look, I think
I'll have to make sure the other one is facing toward it. And I still want to catch as much of the parking lot as possible. Only thing about the whole front face here, I'd love to do it right in this corner right here. But I don't think it would get much sun underneath that eave.
And there's reasons for that. But I think on this one, the questions are going to be, okay, the typical...
They're looking at me like, why is he driving round and round?
What are you changing too. This is not just the John F. Kennedy Democratic Party. This is a lot more radical than Obama's Democratic Party from 08 to 2016 even, and even more than under Biden. They just are accelerating their embrace of very far left ideologies. But I think the issue, so people thought, okay, 250 as a country, what's going for? What are the problems? These candidates that are winning, it's just emblematic that we don't really have a shared civic culture right now in America. Because if you have that shared civic culture, that same foundation, you have the same basic principles that you subscribe to, you can color in the lines, you can argue about on the margins, taxes, all this other stuff. You got people that are getting elected that think the American 250 holiday is a bad thing. They think the American founding is a bad thing. They think the founding fathers are villains. And so they want to refound this country on leftist ideology. And so that is something you can't just deal with it and somehow come to a resolution. You have to defeat it.
So I'm looking at now, the people that are representing the Democratic Party. There's two aspects of this that I see. You've got Graham Plattner, you got James Tallarico, you got this guy El Sayed. You saw this woman win in Colorado against. All right,
I think that's what I'm going to do.
Are you going to Cambridge? That was pretty fascinating. Yeah. Kiros is right up here, girl. Both Kiros and El Sayed in Michigan is running for Senate. Both
Michigan
is on tape. I can play it for you if you want to hear it.
So yeah, I'm gonna park right here.
Deserve 9/11. And so it's the party of Mamdani, Grandpa Bernie. It's
turn on my hazards so no one smacks into me.
And AOC.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna put it right here.
So that's one aspect of it. They are electing now the most extreme candidates. The other aspect of this,
all right,
is the
let me start getting things together. I'm just gonna put it together right here in the
rest of the Democratic Party. Now, if there are radicals or extremists in any movement that I'm a part of, I don't want anything to do with these people, and I'm not going to be quiet about it. But, why won't Chuck Schumer? Why won't Hakeem Jeffries? Why won't other Democrats, but for John Fetterman, dare criticize these people?
Well, I mean, it's just like, you think that if you feed the alligator.
All right, while I'm in here, I'm going to turn the camera around.
Governor down here in Florida, the alligator's still going to eat.
I'm going to have it on
that's just the way
on the client,
and that's the way this movement is there. They're going to devour all these people. We had a little bit of a tussle with Hakeem Jeffries when I was doing the redistricting a couple months ago, and he started threatening Florida. He's like, we'll pay all this stuff. And I never said anything about the guy, I just kind of ignored him. And so, I responded, but one of the things I was saying was, he is a very far left guy. He's this Brooklyn political machine, but yet the far left hates him. They hate Schumer. These are very liberal people, and yet they can never go far enough for this very militant movement. So by them kind of
hipping all that,
all it's doing is it's going to ensure that they may be the last to be eaten.
I'll show you what the cameras look like.
Prevent them from being eaten in the end.
So, in my mind, I can't think of a midterm that has ever been like this. I keep saying these are uncharted waters. In other words, think back 150 years, I can't remember any one major party that has gone so solidly radical as
Windows
we're seeing now with the Democratic Party. And I think anybody that claims that they know how this is going to play out, I think they're guessing. I don't even think the issues that will define the outcome of this midterm have even happened yet.
It's the ones that originally I got from Walmart, but I ordered these ones on Amazon. It's the same kind, though. I'm going to back up so I'm not in anyone's way here.
Hardworking, blue-collar Democrats in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Georgia, North Carolina, are they going to go along
these people are in the 2026 cycle. I mean, there's no
Klein tool, that little bitty screwdriver. You know how expensive that is?
Uh-oh. but part of it was I think that they thought Biden and Harris went too far left, and they did. But this is much further left than that. So I think midterms are usually a referendum on the party in power. The people that don't like the direction, they're motivated to vote, and that's why we've seen.
My broadcasting phone connected to the building. That's why it looked weird for a minute.
And more radical than what we've seen in the Democratic Party in many years. And that's saying something because the Democratic Party's produced quite a bit of doozies.
I it's fucking hot outside.
Used to play Obama's pastor, Jeremiah Wright, and all the stuff he was saying. Some of the other stuff through those years, you know, it's a lot of serious, hard left stuff. This is taking it to an even
clear up
extreme dimension, and I just think that voters are going to look at that, and it's like you're not just voting for a change. If you vote for them, you know, you're taking a very risky bet.
I quick break right back more with my great.
That's what the camera looks like.
From the free state of
Florida. Solar panel on top.
He's here in South Dakota. He'll be with us on Hannity tonight, 9 Eastern. Your calls next half hour also coming up, 800-941-SEAN as we continue.
Yeah, it's bouncing back and forth between my cars and the building. It'll do that again when I pull away, probably. Well, I'm going to turn around and adjust the camera for when I mount it on the other spot I already picked. Well, I'm going to get the batteries in here, get them charging, get them connected.
Did you know your life insurance is an asset you can sell? I'm Jay Jackson, CEO of Abacus Life. For almost 20 years, Abacus has been purchasing life insurance policies from seniors just like you. And at abacuspays.com, we've created a free policy value calculator so you can find out the worth of your policy in just seconds. There are no fees.
Memory card in first.
Get real value for your life insurance when you need it with Abacus. Learn more at abacuspays.com.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress,
memory card in here.
everything would adapt for your comfort.
That's what she said.
Because as your life changes and your body changes,
all right,
Sleep
let me get a
mattresses adapt and shift to
memory
give you
cards.
personalized comfort
Bag of tricks here. Bunch of 64 gig memory cards.
Get a free base with select mattress purchases. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number. To a good life sleep.
USA. Steven Singer, the I Hate Steven Singer guy, just released a brand new limited edition USA 24-karat gold dipped rose to celebrate America 250. It's a red, white, and blue rose with a star-spangled interior. The best part? A portion of the proceeds from each rose sold supports U.S. veterans in need. Steven's famous roses are a real rose, dipped and preserved in pure
memory card in the camera. So we'll have both local recording and we'll have cloud recording.
While helping U.S. vets. The first batch sold out within 24 hours.
And snap right in.
IHateStevenSinger.com to pre-order your USA Rose with special patriotic gift box. Or visit Steven Singer Jewelers at the other corner of 8th and Walnut in Philly, or in the village of Newtown next to the Capitol Grill in Bucks County, Pennsylvania. That's IHateStevenSinger.com.
No, just enjoying the cool before I have to hang these cameras up. Well, Brett's office was nice too. Yeah, you too.
As a CD account, but earning returns from 7% to 20% guaranteed every month or every year. With contracts from 1 to 5 years, RJM puts you in control. No gambling, no guessing. Just smart, secure growth backed by real estate expertise you can trust. If you've been waiting for the right
let's see if I can get to
RJM Group and Company now at 1-888-775-3002. That's 1-888-775-3002. That's 1-888-775-3002. RJM Group. Trusted, proven, built for your future.
Individual results may vary. There's no guarantee that past performance will be indicative of future results, and that's why it's summer, and you know what that means. Storm season. You need the only app that predicts when and where lightning will strike.
The Flash Weather AI.
All right, let me find.
Flash gives you hyper-local
Keeps connecting to my car.
to tell you exactly when the storm is rolling in and clearing out. Whether you're teeing off on Saturday morning or looking to plan for the week ahead, Flash has you covered. Search Flash Weather AI in your app store and download for free today.
Wesley Financial Group is not an offer. Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great
Why does it stop turning
investment
up?
and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid
I
of
get no
your
audio alert or
timeshare
nothing.
once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-722-1144. That's 800-722-1144. 800-722-1144.
I burst into our factory basement office and yelled, I finally found our niche. And then I chanted, we're going to be rich, over and over like a maniac. My partner grabbed my hands and we jumped up and down chanting, we're going to be rich, we're going to be rich. Mike Capel here, Patriot Software's founder. Back then, I chased dollars. Today, Patriot helps you protect your dollars with simple accounting and payroll. No chanting required. Just go to patriotsoftware.com. Keep your time and money.
This is Sirius XM Patriot, Channel 125.
All right, we continue. Governor Ron DeSantis, he is here with us. We're in South Dakota. We are covering, obviously, the events tonight at Mount Rushmore. We're in South Dakota. It's a beautiful state. It's going to be a really special night, 2-hour edition of Hannity, 9 to 11. Hope you'll tune in. Will join us as well. His wife, Casey, will join us.
And the question is just this, do you want relief or not? Do you think, because when you go to the grocery store and it's a lot more expensive, and the reality is the state government doesn't control that. That's not anything you're going to be able to do by voting in November or electing somebody. It just is. But at the state level, the one thing you can control is how much they can tax you. Do you want to protect your property from the tax collectors? Or do you want them to keep using it as an ATM? And that's your choice. And you know what? God bless you whichever way you choose.
So as I watch you as my governor in the free state of Florida, although I'm in South Dakota today, I noticed you don't stop. You have now been able to work with the state legislature, and you now have an opportunity to lower property taxes in a dramatic way for people's primary homes in the free state of Florida, which I think is probably one of the greatest opportunities for people to live there. Now, with everything that's happening in California and states like Washington and this wealth tax that is being, floated in places like New York and Illinois and other places, it's resulting in yet another wave of migration. I mean, you see Mark Zuckerberg, you see two of the co-founders of Google. You saw what happened when Ken Griffin got doxxed by Mamdani. He said, okay, I'm not going to spend $6 billion in New York City. I'm going to spend it in Miami. So, again, there's another wave as these states go more radical, especially from California, it seems, because if they pass that referendum, that wealth tax, that's retroactive to January 1 of this year.
Yeah, so let's just show you how Florida runs. So the last 4 years, we have reduced our budget every single year. So 4 years ago, 3 years ago was lower than 4 years ago. 2 years was lower than 3 years ago. The budget I just signed that just went into effect is lower than all of those. And we've had population growth and inflation, and yet we're still reducing our budget. In fact, Florida's total debt for its history, we've retired 52% of it just in my tenure as governor, and that's the more aggressive that it's ever happened. This is all while we have the most income.
I don't know why it's not connecting. Connected fine real quick at the house.
When I became governor,
I may have to
governments were taking in $32 billion in property tax revenue.
turn it off, the car off for a second.
60 to 61 billion 7.5 years later, and that's purely because the state's done well.
I'll be right back.
Values have gone up. They've been able to increase valuation, raise the tax basis for new
data in a second. I'll be right back. All right, that one's connected. We still going? Are we still working? Let me hurry up and try to get this other one ready before I have to turn this back on. The cameras kept trying to connect to my car. That's why. Fucking stinks there. Smells like us. All right. We'll get the cameras connected first, and then we'll move them around. All right. Let me know, because without the Wi-Fi, I can't see on my other camera or on my other device whether or not I'm still live. You text me. Oh, it's already getting warm in this fucking car. All right. Do this one a whole lot faster. Man, I'm already sweating. You can see it forming on my face. Fucking hot in here. Phone's gonna get hot. Okay. And oh, you got 90 there now too? Yeah. I'm not surprised, man. Shit shoots up fast. All right, let's put the memory card in there and get this one rolling too. All right, batteries. Where did I put the batteries? There we go. Bam.
Device is ready for use. Camera is in pairing mode.
Okay, cool. All right, I gotta go get connected back again. I'll be right back. Okay. Woo. Damn. Let's turn this back on. The AC pumping. Turn the camera back around in a minute. Stand alone.
Oh yeah, anybody on soil, that's it, settle ball, all that. That kind of just got baked in for so long. So the challenge to this, people are like, well, wait a minute, that's not what I was taught. But the reality is Justice Thomas and Justice Alito were right on that. I think it was a very shaky decision, and I wouldn't be surprised to see a lot more pressure, both in future legal cases. I think there's a lot Congress can do to respond politically, but it was a bad decision by Chief Justice Roberts.
Now, I know you're dialed into finishing your term and finishing strong.
I got to cool off before I even go to mount them now. I just got them connected to the Wi-Fi here.
But I have to. It's my job. Do you have future plans, political plans at all? Are you thinking about anything politically?
You know, I'm taking it one day at a time. Like you said, I'm going to run through the tape. As you know, the whole political process is very volatile. There are things that are up and down, left and right. I mean, I think about when the early days of COVID, I was taking very contrary positions to Fauci and some of the other in the media and all this stuff, and I was getting obliterated. And a lot of my supporters were like, dude, you're getting killed. You better reverse course. And I dug in and I said, and then 6 months later, everyone's like, oh, yeah, he's our hero. He's standing up for us. But at that time, people thought that it was the dumbest thing ever. So these things kind of go up and down politically. But I will be able to say, I think after 2 terms, that you're not going to find an example in the modern history of the Republican Party with as many.
Yeah, I got tea and stuff with me right here. I'm just waiting for the firmware to upgrade on these before I proceed to mounting them. Mounting them should not, knock on wood, take too long. Oh. Okay. There. All right. Recording. Motion. Okay. Quality, high, good.
Are very proud to be Americans. Democrats are not. And I want your interpretation of this. Let me play this piece for you.
You know, among Republicans, 93% are extremely or very proud. Just a single one, say they have little to no pride in being American. But look over at the Democratic side. This is where we've seen this extremely or very number. It's been taking a tumble at 27%. But look at this. The little or no proud to be an American actually among Democrats eclipses, is greater than the extremely or very proud number.
How is it possible that 93% of Republicans and only 1% are not, are very proud of their country, and only 27% of Democrats, and there are more Democrats that are not proud of this country? What has happened?
I think it's really concerning. I mean, part of it is because we've become so polarized. We have President Trump, Republican, in the White House. Some of these Dems, obviously they have derangement syndrome, so they're bleeding. They're letting that bleed in to their view of the country as a whole. But I also think it's larger than that. I do think you have a more militant left.
Turn the camera around. Show you guys watching me mount this.
Universities over the years, mind you, and they really do think America is the problem, and they identify more with third world countries of the Republic and American power through the years.
Oh, it's this.
So that puts us in a situation where
I'll be right back.
we're not all on the
I gotta come through the building. Well, no, I'll put the sticker on at the end.
The foundational principles
I'm sure where I'm gonna put
of
it.
the country. And what I tell people is there's all these things that are up and down politically, this, that. There's definitely issues that I would like to see addressed, or you would like to see addressed. But when you take a step back from the daily political food fight, you have to acknowledge we have inherited a unique legacy of liberty that no
you're with us here in South Dakota. Glad you're going to be on Hannity tonight. We got a 2-hour show, 9 to 11 p.m. Eastern, local time 7 to 9. I think it's 7 to 9. Did I get that right? I think I did. Yeah, all right, I got it right. You know, I keep track of my times, local, Eastern time, whatever. Governor, we always love having you. Appreciate you being with us. I'm glad you are running through the tape and, you keep working and keep trying to, dot every I, cross every T before you leave office. You've done a phenomenal job for the state of Florida. You never thought I'd move there. I'm now heading into my 4th year in Florida, if you can believe it. You never thought it would happen.
Well, God bless you, buddy, and you've been a good friend over the years to our state, and we look forward to the show tonight.
All right, we'll take a quick break here. We'll come right back. We're in South Dakota. We will be covering all of tonight's events at Mount Rushmore. We've got a who's who list of everybody that's going to be on the program tonight, including Governor DeSantis, who's just on with us. We'll hit the phones when we come back. It's toll free. It's 800-941-SEAN if you want to be a part of the program.
Final Hour Roundup is next. You do not want to miss it. And stay tuned for the Final Hour free-for-all on the Sean Hannity Show.
Millions are watching police officers on patrol in real time across the U.S. Are you? Wheels Plus is home to America's #1 cable entertainment program, On Patrol Live, every Friday and Saturday night. Wheels Plus also has thousands of hours of true crime and celebrity documentaries. And to honor America's 250th anniversary, you can get Wheels Plus today for just $2.50 a month with your subscription to an annual plan. That's just $30 a year. Go to WheelsPlus.com. That's Wheels with a Z, or anywhere you get your streaming apps to get started.
Today, it's all about controlling costs. As your business grows, you need technology that scales and doesn't cost you an arm and a leg. To manage expenses, growing businesses are moving to a company they can trust. Acumatica. Acumatica is the world's fastest growing cloud business solution, delivering unparalleled functionality with the highest satisfaction scores in the industry. And businesses trust Acumatica. You shouldn't have to worry about dramatic and unexpected price increases. Acumatica is committed to transparent and fair pricing without locking you in to long-term commitments. We're also the only ERP vendor to offer unlimited user licensing, so you don't get charged more for your growth and adding employees. Graduate from your basic software and take your business to the next level. Over 10,000 companies have already made the move and have graduated to Acumatica. Achieve your growth ambitions and save money today by going to acumatica.com/offers. Acumatica, building the future of business together.
For golf course operators, peak season is about executing under pressure. Long days, full tee sheets, packed patios, targets to hit, golfers to serve. When the stakes are high, your software can't come up short. That's why many of the world's top facilities trust Lightspeed. Tee sheets, POS, payments, reporting, automation, and more. Lightspeed helps teams save time, drive revenue, and deliver amazing service. Because when pressure peaks, performance is everything. Lightspeed, built for pressure. Visit lightspeedhq.com/golf to learn more. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Do you have a history of those dreadful calcium oxalate stones? Well, Kidney Top is here to help. Shown in laboratory testing to reduce the rate of calcium oxalate crystal growth by 99%. Yes, 99%. Don't wait. Start taking Kidney Top Calcium Oxalate Protector today. That's Kidney Top, C-O-P, Kidney Top. Order today at Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com. That's Amazon, Walmart, or KidneyCop.com.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now, or call 877 Cars for Kids to donate your car today.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 177 Cars for Kids. Do you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. It used to be that stuffing tissues up your nose was really the only way to stop your messy, frustrating nosebleeds. Tampons are the doctor-recommended better option that over 3 million people have already discovered. So what's a tampon? Tampons fit inside your nose perfectly, expand for gentle pressure, and even have a clotting agent clinically proven to stop the bleeding fast. And now tampons are available at Walmart. So ditch the tissue and be prepared for your next nosebleed. Pull into Walmart right now and get tampons in the first aid aisle. As we moved into the constitutional period, the most important philosopher was Montesquieu, and he emphasized separation of powers. And he specifically talks about a judicial, that is judiciary, an executive, the president, and a legislature, of course, Congress. These are great men. They did great things. In the Revolutionary War, we lost more battles than we won, but we won the battles we had to win 250 years ago.
The Mark Levin Show, weekdays starting at 6 p.m. Eastern on SiriusXM Patriot.
Freedom never gets old.
This is SiriusXM Patriot, Channel 145.
We, the people of the United States, in American history, on July 1st, 1863, the Battle of Gettysburg begins during the Civil War.
And on July 4th, 1776, the Declaration of Independence is adopted, marking the birth of the United States.
Counting down to America 250, only on SiriusXM Patriot 125. Let's get to our phones. 800-941-SEAN, our number if you want to be a part of the program. Should I do this? Mo the Liberal. Mo the Liberal has claimed I am the most dangerous man in America. He's been saying it for years. If I'm that dangerous, how come your party's imploding?
My party is not imploding. My
Really?
it's moving on. Listen, Sean, before we get started here, happy birthday, America, all that kind of great stuff. Today is my granddaughter's birthday, Maxine Ray. Wish her a happy birthday, will you?
Happy birthday, Maxine Ray. God bless you. I'm sorry that your grandpa's a little nutty, but that's okay. All right, I got to ask you a question, Mo, because you're in New York, and your mayor's Mamdani. Mamdani endorsed 3 candidates that went against incumbents. One of the candidates has said that they want to seize the means of production, seize private property, seize people's homes, wants all police to be abolished, wants also to abolish America's prisons, America's borders, and doesn't want anyone deported, even convicted illegals that are convicted of rape and murder. Now, that's your party. Will you vote for that lady? And don't duck that question.
I have unfortunately, I live in the district of Dan Goldman.
If you could vote for her, would you?
Lost the primary to Bradley Amber.
If you could vote for her, would you?
Oh, like, oops, come on. What are you going to say? Look, I'm an Irish, right?
Okay, so you're saying you would not vote for her?
You grew up, you ordinary bachelors.
Hold on. I want you on record. You're saying you would not vote for her if she was in your district?
All right. Yeah, I probably wouldn't vote for her. Why not?
Probably wouldn't vote for her. That's not a no.
Who would be?
So you may vote for her. And you did vote for Mamdani.
No, I didn't vote for Mamdani. I don't vote, Sean. I didn't have to vote. He was going to win. I voted in the last presidential.
If you did vote, you would have voted for Mamdani.
Oh, Democratic.
If you did vote, would you or would you not have voted for Mamdani?
Oh, sure. I went to his party. It was great. Down at the power.
All right. I had to do a change because first place I put it, I didn't realize that door is going to hit it when they open it up all the way. So I had to move it back a little farther.
At least you're wishing America a happy 250th.
All right, let's go over to this other spot.
You're done. You're gone. You've lost the plot. And I'm telling you, mark my words, Mo. Your party is disintegrating before your very eyes. Let's see if I'm right. Quick break.
all of tonight's festivities from Mount Rushmore.
I don't know what the fuck this guy's doing.
Eastern on the Fox News Channel. Quick break, right back. We'll continue.
Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Mariota here. These words weren't written for history books. They were written for you. But it's hard to pursue happiness when pain is part of everyday life. Relief Factor was created to help people address
so fucking hot out.
common causes of ongoing aches and pains from aging, overexertion, and just good old daily living. It's a 100% drug-free.
Yeah, so it's going to be low enough where people can touch them. They shouldn't, though. I mean, you'll be able to see whoever walks up and touches it. So, especially when I mount this other one. Oof. Okay, yeah, that's a good shot. I'll show you the angle in a second. So there's the angle on that one. I don't know if you can see it. Yeah, you can see it pretty good. Just about all the parking lot, front door. You got a little bit of a gap there where the trash cans are, but I'm gonna capture that with the piece I'm getting now. So you'll see right where it's at up in front of me here. Yeah. Shit. What angle is that? That is southwest. We'll name it right. All right, let's get this other one. Man, I'm sweating my balls off.
flyovers. The president scheduled to speak Saturday night as the nation's capital hosts thousands of tourists from across the country and the world. In the afternoon, folks will be treated to one of NASA's supersonic F-5 light fighter jets flying in the sky. Also on the schedule, the Blue Angels, the Thunderbirds, F-35 stealth fighter, U.S. Coast Guard helicopters, and B-1 stealth bomber. Trump's new Air Force One also scheduled to make a pass over the crowd. Laura Winters reporting. Across much of the country, extreme heat is a concern this holiday. Philadelphia canceled its Salute to Independence parade. More on these stories at townhall.com. How many times have I walked into that outdated bathroom again? I really need a bathroom makeover. Stop putting it off and transform your bathroom and your life in as little as one day. With beautiful, affordable shower makeover from Jacuzzi Bathroom Model. Choose from custom designs tailored to your budget and style, including safety-focused features for beauty and peace of mind. I had a great experience from start to finish. The crew that came in were so professional. This looks like a marble, beautiful, new shower. And right now, we're leaving all installation costs, plus offering no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Call now to schedule a free design consultation and quote. Call 800-384-3371. That's 800-384-3371. 800-384-3371. This installation and the complete money will subject to approval. New customer service at 145 documents. Charge for purchase sale and approval. Or hard copy of the details. A settlement is reached in egg price fixing case. The U.S. Justice Department has reached a settlement with three egg producers who were accused of colluding for some 23 years to raise prices. And who last year an egg reached a record high of $6.23 per dozen. The agreement now includes the soda and Wheatland egg rate. The egg rate was removed to be distributed to states. 53 million eggs for food banks and nonprofits. Adopt antitrust compliance program and not communicate with competitors for prices and bidding strategies. None of the companies admit to manipulating the market. I'm Don Wolf. A California farmer has been giving away free nectarines this week amid a legal dispute with a food market and distributing company, claiming exclusive rights over the variety of white nectarines he grows. News and analysis at townhall.com. From Washington, I'm Keith Peters. We all make promises to ourselves to live healthier, eat better, move more, drink smarter. With Aquasana water filters, drinking smarter is effortless. Aquasana turns every tap in your home into a source of cleaner, healthier, better tasting water without all the plastic bottles. Their filters reduce chlorine, PFAS, microplastics, and other unwanted impurities while keeping the essential minerals your body needs like potassium and calcium. You'll notice the difference right away. Every sip, every meal, even every shower. Wash produce, pour coffee, or wine every night. Aquasana helps protect your home and your family from harmful contaminants in the water. Because healthy living starts with healthy water. So make the switch. It's better for you, your family, and the planet. Visit Aquasana.com and use promo code SXM to get up to 50% off select systems. That's AQUASANA.com. Promo code SXM. Aquasana. Better water, better living. Is the time to visit my grocery store. Iowa American Country Cycle is more than family number 2, and Baker's Cycle can do it for them. It is Tom Doak's retail number 10. Orchestra hotels and legal electric colleges and Baker's number 8.
It's so freaking bright out, I can't see shit on my phone. Ugh. There we go. Wow, that's almost exactly perfect. I'll go slightly toward the left. Slightly toward the left. Damn, it's almost perfect. I'm gonna have to turn the car off again. My fucking phone. Yeah, but my phone keeps connecting to the truck, and then when I walk away from the truck, actually, let me just pull up next to it here. That guy's not supposed to, whoever's parked here is not supposed to be here anyway, so. All right. All right.
Story after story after story. Just looks like never ending. Anyway, the attack, ProPublica did, according to this article, the Institute of Museum and Library Services for encouraging grant applications for projects that actually foster an appreciation of the great country of America that we live in. Anyway, here for an update on this is the acting Labor Secretary, Keith Sonderling, is with us. Now, he funded the creation of the Freedom Truck while acting director of the Institute of Museum and Library Services. All right, so explain to me what happened here. So you have this one group attacking your group for encouraging grant applications for projects that foster an appreciation of the country?
Well, I can see it, though, from the other camera.
It's true, and you won't be surprised, and all your listeners be. When President Trump asked me to take it into Museum and Library Services, an agency where most people have never even heard of, we were astonished what we found.
The camera itself connecting is not in the best spot, though, but there's a fucking Wi-Fi thing right around the corner. I don't know why it's not connecting that easily.
I know you covered on your show many times about how during the Biden administration they were having those cross-dressing chairs and libraries and the books about kids having sex and trans. And for the museum side too, federal dollars were going to applicants who wanted to have exhibits about why America's not great and why we were not a great country, why we're a racist country. So, as you said, all the requirements to get this federal dollars, which is supposed to promote American culture, it's supposed to promote American museums and libraries about American history and how great we are, have DEI requirements. So you couldn't get a federal grant unless you proved how you would be using that grant in a library and museum to promote DEI. These are your federal taxpayer money. The agency gets out $300 million a year. And as you know, President Trump really took an interest into our museums and libraries, into our American culture. And as we enter this 250th year, it was an honor that he asked me to go in there and make some serious changes, and that's what we did.
This is why when people tell me that they think that the,
Well, that's
even, for example, the Green New Deal.
they warn them all the time about not parking there, so I don't get it.
Whatever they believe in, that the government is going to solve every problem.
They're not supposed to park there.
This is what I point to. How are government-run schools, working out for people? Because we pay more per capita per child than any industrialized country in the world, and we have the worst results. It's the biggest, failure on the face of the earth, and you have this unholy alliance between Democrats and teachers unions, and they donate to Democratic candidates, and they get money, and they just stay in power, and our kids are failed at a spectacular level. I mean, this seems now to when Democrats are in power, they seem to institutionalize these things.
Correct. Doing a better job than we do, but we're taking that over. And under President Trump's leadership, we went in there and we completely changed and revitalized the agency. We fired the entire board. There was a board of all Democrats that Biden put in there that allowed all these grants to go out. So we wanted to, instead of just eliminating this agency, how do we use it to promote America? How do we use it to get kids inspired to love America again, especially this year when there's so many great stuff in there? And we believe that libraries and museums for children, for adults around the country can be that place where they go to and they learn about the founding fathers. They learn about why this country is so great. Museum exhibits about American history and the impact we've had being the greatest country in the world. And it's exactly what we did, John. But the most important thing we did, which we've been attacked on, you name it, New York Times, Washington Post, every newspaper has come after us. We created, in partnership with PragerU and Hillsdale, we created the Freedom Trust. Now, if you remember in 1976, they had the Freedom Train that went around the country promoting, at that time, 200 years of American greatness. Well, the Freedom Trust, they're not on railroad. So they're 18-wheelers that expand, and there's two on the National Mall right now for the Great State Fair. And what it is a history of the United States. It starts, you walk in and you're greeted by George Washington AI. And he talks to you and he explains everything you're going to see. Then you learn about the pilgrims who came here. And then it starts with the Revolutionary War. And there's so many interactive stuff. There's always great AI. But you start by taking a quiz. Are you a patriot or are you a loyalist? Which George are you going to be behind? And then it goes through each step of the Revolutionary War to signing the Declaration of Independence. And there's this massive digital Declaration of Independence kids get to sign. And then it goes through today. So then you learn about each step of our amazing country with pictures.
I may have to move it.
With computer screens, with iPads. You get to take a
it's not connecting very good to the Wi-Fi yet.
How much you know about this great country. And then there's the Wall of Fame, which highlights...
No, I'm not going to leave. My drill's out there, too. I'm not going to forget it.
Rosa Parks, the Wright brothers, Andrew Carnegie, and of course, when it ends, you're greeted by a message by Donald J. Trump, who talks about how we are revitalizing our cultural institutions, how we're taking American history and we're promoting it, how we're taking back libraries and museums and having them a safe place for people to go and learn about our country and not hate our country. And that's why we're getting attacked.
Do you have a list of places around the country where people can look it up where they might want to be able to take their kids?
Absolutely. It's freedom250.org, and you can go in there. There's a big section for the Freedom Trust, and they're going around the country, so there's 6 of them. And as you know, President Trump is very passionate about the forgotten men and women of this country. And the reason we're doing these in trust, we're sending them to very remote locations that don't have libraries, that don't have museums, because we want all Americans to be able to share in this. But right now, through next week, there's 2 of them on the National Mall, but they're traveling all this year to cities across the country. At freedom250.org, you can see all their locations where they're going. But it's just really
I'm going to reboot the Wi-Fi in the building. Let me actually reboot the app before I do that.
I'm sure you've been to the White House and seen some of the pictures and digital QR codes they have there that relive the Founding Fathers story. So it's that same kind of technology, but it's really unbelievable. And when you walk in there and George Washington is talking to you, it just kicked off an amazing journey through the Freedom Trust.
I got to tell you, partnered with great people. When you talk about Dennis Prager and Larry Yarn and Hillsdale College, they're all amazing people.
Camera's disconnected. Fuck!
Acting Labor Secretary Keith Sunderland. Appreciate the update, and we'll put that up on our website so people can just link on it themselves and get that list.
Man.
Thank you, sir, for being with us. We can walk together. All right, we'll take a quick break. We'll come back. On the other side, we'll get to your phone calls for the rest of the show as we continue from South Dakota. Don't forget a special edition, 9 to 11 Eastern tonight on Hannity as we broadcast from South Dakota. They've got an incredible lineup of events. It's just going to be spectacular tonight at Mount Rushmore. We will cover all of it. We got a great lineup of guests. Again, 9 to 11 tonight from Mount Rushmore. Hannity on location. Hope you'll join us. Quick break, right back. Your calls are next.
Time to blow out the candles. All 250 of them.
God bless America.
Happy birthday, America, from all of us here at the Sean Hannity Show.
Attention small business owners needing financing. Switch Funding is providing funds for expansion, inventory, increased overhead, even slow cash flow to small businesses all over America with affordable funding as soon as one business day. And we're ready to help with funding from $10,000 to $2 million. If you've been in business for 1 year or more with a monthly income of at least $25,000, you can get the affordable funding you need with no collateral. Go to swishfunding.com today. That's swishfunding.com. Owner-operators, get the high-quality truck you want for a more affordable payment. You can now lower your weekly truck payment by $250 per week when you lease select truck models from SFI, including brand new units. Weekly payments as low as $600 are available. SFI has a huge inventory to pick from, including brand new and gently used Freightliners and low-mileage Internationals and Volvos. Don't miss your chance to upgrade your truck for less. Go to SFITrucks.com to apply and learn more. That's SFITrucks.com. Why settle for a 7 a.m. tea time when you wanted 8? Or an iced coffee when you asked for hot? Or a corporate card that gives you pennies and rewards when you could be...
It's like it's a fucking dead spot for that camera right there.
...to help companies spend less, not more. That's not coincidence. That's design. And it works without slowing you down. With Ramp, you get real-time visibility to every transaction. Out-of-policy spend blocked before it clears. Duplicate SaaS tools run you seats, flagged before they waste your budget. Ramp automates the guardrails so you can stop chasing.
I might have to put it up somewhere else.
Companies already run on Ramp.
It's just losing. As soon as I snap it back in its bracket there, it loses connection again.
Closing the books without overtime, because with Ramp, the less you touch your expense system, the better it works. Right now, your business can get $250 off at ramp.com/SXM. That's ramp.com/SXM. Ramp, built for savings, not points.
Gail Daughtry's perfect small-town life comes crashing down when her fiancé takes his celebrity pass literally and has sex with... Now, Gail must make good on her own celebrity pass. Find and have sex with John Hamm. Zoe Deutsch is Gail Daughtry in a new film that will shatter everything you thought you knew about a woman running all over Hollywood trying to John Hamm. Gail Daughtry in the Celebrity Sex Pass. Only in theaters July 10th.
I'm John Hamm, and I approve this message. Are you sitting on a fortune and don't even know it? That rare coin collection in the safe, that Cartier bracelet or vintage Tiffany lamp collecting dust, those pieces could be worth far more than you imagine. For more than 30 years, Tangible Investments has helped collectors and families across America unlock the hidden value in their rare coins, find jewelry, art, and antiques. Founder Silva Genova has built a legendary reputation for paying top dollar, professionally, securely, and with absolute discretion. That's why you'll see
I gotta tell it which AP to connect to.
the History and Discovery channels, and in the Wall Street Journal. And that's why Tangible Investments has bought billions in collectibles, and that's billions with a B. Gold and collectible markets are at historic highs. Whether you've inherited a collection, managing an estate, or simply want to know what your collection is worth, call 800-885-1400. 800-885-1400 for our free, no-obligation appraisal. Before you sell, call SIL. Tangible Investments. 800-885-1400.
It's summer, and you know what that means.
Okay, now it's showing a good signal.
Storm season. You need the only app that predicts
Dietary office, okay.
will strike. The Flash
All right, let's go back over here now.
Flash
gives you hyper-local minute-by-minute forecasts that tell you exactly when the storm is rolling in and clearing out. Whether you're teeing off on Saturday morning or looking to plan for the week ahead, Flash has you covered. Search Flash Weather AI in your app store and download for free today. Maybe this is you too. There's enormous frustration right now with healthcare costs. It is amazing. Healthcare costs for families in the last 20 years have almost tripled, and it just keeps getting worse. All this to say, this is why MediShare is so in demand right now. People are looking for alternatives, and MediShare is proven you can save thousands of dollars a year and actually like it more. Over 1 million Americans are now part of healthcare sharing, and MediShare is the gold standard. It's trusted, it works, it's been helping people save money and have peace of mind now for 30 plus years. It's not some big impersonal thing either. It's a community of people like you helping each other. So yeah, if you're frustrated too, here's your chance to make a refreshing change. You'll notice the difference as soon as you call. They're easy to talk to. You can get a price within 2 minutes. Here is the number. Call 855-40-BIBLE. That's 855-40-BIBLE. 855-40-BIBLE.
Patriots Channel 125 and on the Sirius XM app.
All right, let's get to our busy phones. Toll free, it's 800-941-SEAN if you want to be a part of the program. Let's go to New York and say hi to John. John, welcome to South Dakota. Happy Friday, sir. How are you?
Happy Friday. Happy 250th to us. And
Amen.
On you hanging out there at the Mount Rushmore. I think about Hitchcock's movie whenever I hear about Mount Rushmore with Cary Grant, North by Northwest. Very excited film. And a great interview, by the way, you just did with those two guys. My main point, Sean, I want to get to is very, very apropos to what you're talking about today with the education and the trucks and everything. And that is that ground central for the Islamic Communist Party, I believe, is right in the center of every university in most.
Why do you call it the Islamic Communist Party? What do you mean by that?
Well, I think there's a difference because I believe that there is a communist movement, but however, you have to think about how simpatico all of these democratic socialists are to the Islamic situation, about how they were very simpatico to what happened in Israel, how they're simpatico with the Iranian war. This is, to me,
You mean the fact that the left is anti-Israel, the left has supported radical groups like Hamas and Hezbollah and Iran? Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, I think it's much more nefarious than just socialism and then those hardened communists. I think that there is a big Islamic influence that's coming in here that's hiding and embedded in our academia. And I think what we all got blindsided by with all of these elections in Mondavi's neighborhood was because they perfected the way to herd, as Rush would say, those skulls full of mush, the 18 to 28-year-olds who don't know what the heck is going on. And they just put them all in buses, all lined them up, and said, you're all voting for this primary. Now, don't forget, 7% of the people who are registered voted in the primary. That's nothing. So you could really manipulate that if you're clever, and they are clever. So we got to really watch that.
All right, I'm going to reboot the whole network once.
They're going to do it in the national elections. They are going to really.
They're feeling their oats. They're not saying it publicly. They're saying publicly they're going to challenge all of these incumbents and all these establishment Democrats. They're going to take over the whole thing. How are mainstream Democrats going to react to this? After losing to a Mamdani-backed candidate, for example, a Democratic Socialist of America candidate, Dan Goldman said something pretty interesting. He said he's concerned the mayor may be encouraging anti-Semitism. Between what the mayor has said himself and between what his wife had put thumbs up on and a seal of approval on post October 7th, this guy is not particularly fond of Israel.
There's my title of Islamic communism. That's exactly correct. And pretty soon they're all going to feel a punch. Anybody, these people of the Jewish persuasion who are Democrats now are really, their eyes are glassy. They don't know. They can't believe what's happening. You know, you got guys like Schumer and all these people that are said, yeah, but Israel this and Israel that. Now, all of a sudden, they see what's really going on, and they don't know what to do.
Be right back.
They think their silence will buy them favor with these radicals. They cannot be fooled. I am arguing politically that Chuck Schumer's days are numbered. Hakeem Jeffries' days are numbered. I think that these radical democratic socialists will go to Congress. They will create more havoc, more chaos. I think they'll be targeting more and more, quote, mainstream Democrats, whether they look, there's a reason none of them are speaking out. All of them are afraid. And what that means to me is they're not really people that are principled. They're people that only care about their own power. If they cared about principle, they wouldn't care about the outcome of an election. This is one of the problems about, people that go to Washington. For many people that get elected, that becomes the best job they'll ever get in their life. And they don't ever want to lose it. So they're not going to put that in jeopardy, and they think that, being silent somehow buys them some grace with these lunatics. It does not, because they're going to be next on the list of people to be replaced, mark my words. I've got to roll. I got to take a quick break. Good news is we have more of your calls on the other side. 800-941-SEAN is our number. We are in South Dakota. Tonight, Hannity special 2-hour edition. We're covering all the events at Mount Rushmore. It's really going to be a special night tonight. I have the entire rundown. I don't want to give it away. I want it to be a surprise. 9 to 11 Eastern, 7 to 9.
Man, it's fucking hot out.
President Trump will be speaking during my show. Obviously, we'll be covering that as well. As we continue, South Dakota, Mount Rushmore, Hannity tonight at 9. We'll continue.
This is going to sound strange. You're not yourself. It's not just stress. It's not even just in your head. There's a physical reason you feel stuck. And we're seeing the same patterns in dogs, even horses, because this isn't about your thoughts. It's about your nervous system. I'm Mark Fox. I'm a sophisticated chief engineer. You're not broken. That's why I wrote Go Find Joy. It became an Amazon bestseller in 3 different categories. Get it free at GoFindJoy.com. Why settle for a 7 a.m. tea time when you want it 8? Or an iced coffee when you ask for hot? Or a corporate card that gives you pennies in rewards when you could be saving thousands? Ramp is the only corporate card built to help companies spend less, not more. That's not coincidence. That's design. And it works without slowing you down. With Ramp, you get real-time visibility into every transaction. Out-of-policy spend blocked before it clears. Duplicate SaaS tools run you seats. Flagged before they waste your budget. Ramp automates the guardrails so you can stop chasing receipts and start driving strategy. Over 40,000 companies already run on Ramp, including CBRE and Shopify. They're not just logos, they're teams reclaiming time, cutting costs, and closing the books without overtime.
The knowledge is dropping off to nothing. I got some.
Ramp.com/SXM. That's ramp.com/SXM. Ramp, built for savings, not points. Hey, rockers and Kiss Army, you can meet Gene Simmons and other rock icons at the Legends of Rock Expo, September 25th through the 27th at the Westgate Las Vegas Resort and Casino. More than 30 rock legends will be in one place.
Fucking camera won't connect. God damn it.
Days of the Kinks and more. Autographs, photo ops, live panels, plus 11 live band performances. Tickets are on sale now at legendsofrockexpo.com or buy them at the door.
I'm gonna have to move that camera, I think. It's just not connecting very good there.
No one wants wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5.
Yeah, I've got iced tea right here with me that I've been hitting every time I come back in. I appreciate it, though. A little frustrated right now. It says it's got a good connection. Client. Client. I don't know why it's on the TV network, though. I can fix that manually. It just keeps dropping off. Connects and loses, connects and loses. I'm gonna have to move it. Yeah. All right. We'll move it. Hey, Neuro. Trying to hang the camera, man, and I'm having the worst time of it.
It's interesting. I had elk mushroom soup last night, and the lady's looking at me like, I'm like, I'm not really experimental when it comes to food. And she looks at me and she goes, "Come on, you gotta try it. There's nothing wrong with it. I'm telling you, you're gonna love it." Is it like bison? I didn't try the bison. I just had a steak. Of course you did. Of course I did. I miss steak. So anyway, we have 2 hours tonight. I'm tempted to tell everybody what's going to happen tonight, but I don't want to because I want it to kind of be a surprise. I mean, if you want to look it up, you can. But we're going to cover all of it. We have a great lineup of guests. We're going to be on from 9 to 11 Eastern. President Trump will be speaking during our time on the air tonight, but they got a great fireworks display. They got a lot of cool stuff happening. If you've never been to Mount Rushmore, and I talked
I don't
about
know why
this
this camera's having such a hard time.
there's about 2 million people. The population here is under 1 million people in South Dakota, but over 2 million people come to see, all these famous faces carved on Mount Rushmore. You seem to be aware that there is this mysterious rectangle opening that hides behind President Abraham Lincoln and behind his image. What I've learned, I did a lot of research on Mount Rushmore because I didn't know, to be very blunt with you, I just didn't know a lot about it. It's in the Black Hills of South Dakota, and it has the carved heads of 4 U.S. presidents: Washington, Jefferson, Theodore Roosevelt, and Abraham Lincoln. And what's fascinating is it was carved with dynamite. It took 14 years of work. It started in October of 1927. It ended in October of 1941. Over 400 workers, mostly miners, laborers. Remarkably, not one person died during construction, despite what were extremely dangerous conditions. Workers being lowered, by chairs on steel cables, and the proportions of each president's head is about 60 feet tall. It was originally planned to be bigger. They intended to carve, presidents from head to waist, but they didn't have enough money in the end. Here's an interesting factoid. The entire cost of the project was $1 million, about 17 to 20 million today. And on the onset of World War II, it halted work for a little while. But, a lot of people ask, well, why were those presidents chosen? Washington, because of America's founding. Jefferson, for a lot of different reasons. He's the author of the Declaration, Louisiana Purchase. Roosevelt for his development, conservation. I'm just giving you their reasons. I'm not giving you mine. Lincoln, obviously, his role in keeping our nation united during a civil war. Jefferson at one point was relocated. His face originally started to Washington's right, but then moved to the left due to unsuitable rock that they found. So that's a little factoid that you probably never heard of before. There is a secret hall of records. Let me go back to this issue.
All right, let's see how good of a guess that was.
Unfinished chamber.
Not bad.
It's about 70 feet deep, and the people that built this envisioned this to be a time capsule with important U.S. documents like the Declaration of Independence and other historical records.
Woo.
In 1998, a titanium bolt with porcelain enamel panels contained historical texts and project details. That was actually sealed inside under a granite capstone, and it's not accessible to the public. The land is, again, as I mentioned, part of the Black Hills, and it's just an amazing history. I mean, you look at that, you're like, how the heck, do people do stuff like this? But I look at like the Empire State Building or any big building, or the Twin Towers when they were up, or the Freedom Tower, or any big building, and I'm like, how the heck do people build these things? I think the Empire State Building, if my memory serves me right, was built in 13 months. I mean, the shortest amount of time. In that case, a lot of people did die putting that together.
All that's good.
Anyway, so
I just need to turn this to where it's at
bronze
least
and glass
catching the
cabinets, 2-hole key cabinets.
corner.
But you know,
Trash
it's pretty cool.
All right.
And I'm sure there's going to be a debate. Should Donald Trump be? If I just bring that up, I just know it's like Alka-Seltzer and water, and liberals' heads will bust open. I'm not advocating.
Actually, I may
I'm just
stop and get
messing
some on
with
the
you
way.
because some of you just have Trump derangement
Sure.
syndrome.
To do whatever I do
All right,
next.
let's get to our busy phones.
Oh, don't say it's disconnected. Fuck, it's offline.
How are you? Welcome to South Dakota. Happy Friday, sir.
Is it just this fucking camera? God, okay, there we go.
Yeah, Sean, I'm just concerned because, as you know,
there we go.
In the 20th century, we had two Red Scares.
I got to go a little bit to the right.
And then
I should be good.
Was longer. Communists infiltrating our government or attempting to from the late 40s into the 50s. In Hollywood, they were somewhat successful. We saw Albert Hiss, who perjured himself. He was a spy. He went to prison. We saw the Rosenbergs, who were treasonous against our country for espionage, and they were executed in Sing Sing. So I'm concerned because fast forward to this year, in a matter of 2 weeks, we've seen 4 safe Democratic seats where the Democratic Socialists, basically the primary was the election. We're going to go to, it's just window dressing in November. And what's concerning to me is these social democrats have so much sympathetic tendencies towards the communist way of life that to me they are like communists that, is just going to be a domino effect. And as the silent majority in this country, I hope we're well aware that this could be a dangerous situation in the future.
Look, anytime radicals or extremists get in power, you got to take it seriously, right? So do I take the threat of radicals taking over the Democratic Party seriously? Of course I do. Look, there are always extremist movement that pop there, that their head pops up here, there, and, but there's never been a moment like this where there's been such complicity and such silence from the rest of their party, no matter how radical, no matter how extreme, no matter how insane their positions are. I don't care if it's defund, dismantle the police, no borders. Look at what Tim Walz did with a convicted illegal immigrant of a 10-year-old girl, and he gives this guy a pardon. If the right of men to play women's sports, Tallarico running for the Senate in Texas, and this lunatic wants to champion not only the rights of men to play women's sports, but the right of biological men to have access to abortion. Never mind his belief that God is non-binary or his belief in 6 genders. If anyone knows the answer to what the other 4 genders are, program 800-941-SEAN, because we can't get an answer. Or Graham Plattner, for all the years, 11 years, they've been calling Trump a Nazi. Now they have a real Nazi tattoo guy, and they're voting for this guy with the most atrocious, despicable, repugnant, disgusting, history and comments, even about women that are victims of sexual assault. Then you got El Sayed campaigning just like this woman out in Colorado with Hassan Piker that says America deserved 9/11. I went through the track record of the 3 candidates Mamdani supported that beat incumbents, and these people are just absolutely, Looney Tunes. They're nuts. So do you take it seriously? Of course, anybody on the ballot, I'm going to take seriously. But do I think they're going to be able to convince independents and mainstream Democrats, and I do believe people are mainstream Democrats, that this is the future of their party? I think they're going to have a hard time convincing them.
I agree.
So, and that's what historically, the party in power tends to lose seats in the House and Senate. Historically, trends show that. There have been a few times that has not happened. The last time I think it happened was, George W. Bush after 9/11. So, let's see what happens. Appreciate it, my friend. 800-941-SEAN, our number. You want to be a part of the program. Linda, my free state of Florida. Linda, hi, how are you? Glad you called. Happy Friday. Welcome to South Dakota.
happy 4th of July, or in your case, happy 3rd of July. Before I get to why I actually called, I'm told I got to share my 4th of July plans with you. I'm in a bagpipe band, City of Mount Dora Pipes and Drums. There's a 4th of July parade tomorrow morning at 10. The band goes right behind the mayor. We basically are leading the parade. It's Florida, it's July, the kilts are heavy, and who cares? This is the perfect thing. Small town America.
What part of Florida are you in?
I'm in the greater Orlando area, Lake County.
That's awesome. That sounds like a great day. Well, how did you learn how to play the bagpipes?
Well, it helps if you join a band because they typically train their beginning pipers because this is not Scotland. It's not. They can't assume that you grow up with bagpipes in your hand.
Right. I'll tell you where bagpipes are the most impactful. Either at Irish funerals or in the movie Braveheart. Those are times that bagpipes really get to me. So, well, I hope you have a great time tomorrow. I hope it's not too hot. Make sure you hydrate. Get some electrolytes in you, and you'll be fine.
It's 10 in the morning, but I got something more serious to bring up. And this is a suggestion on birthright citizenship. And it's based on my knowledge of the rules applicable to children born abroad to one parent U.S. citizen, one parent not U.S. citizen. Linked it to rules in effect when I was born. The only reason I have any knowledge of it is because I was not born here, although most parents are U.S. And the interesting part for the children of mixed citizenship parents, at least when I was born, is that when they turn 18, they would lose the citizenship unless they completed a residency requirement. And as best as I recollect, it was 5 years in this country, but it had to be during a specific part of a child's life, like age 11 to 17, something like that. Basically, you got to be an American teenager. Subtext, if you're an accidental citizen, you want to make it real, do some work. I would love to see that applied in some way, shape, or form to the accidental birthright citizens, like products of birth.
Well, look, I can give you a list of 1,000 reasons why every American needs to vote in this midterm. One, I think Justice Kavanaugh laid out a roadmap where Republicans legislatively can end birthright citizenship. Number two, the SAVE Act and election integrity would be another big reason if we can't get the U.S. Senate to do their job. I got to roll. I appreciate the call. You have a great day tomorrow. Linda, thank you for checking in with us. We're in South Dakota. We have all the events tonight on Hannity, 9 Eastern. We'll be at Mount Rushmore. We have a great lineup of guests. We'll show you all the incredible events as they unfold, including President Trump's speech, the fireworks, you name it. We've got it all. 9 Eastern, 2-hour show, 9 to 11 Eastern, 7 to 9 local, and look forward to seeing everybody out at Mount Rushmore. If you haven't been here, take a trip. It's worth it. Quick break, right back. We'll continue.
Others talk about the news. We bring you the people who make the news every day. This is the Sean Hannity Show.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available.
All right, it's looking good. I'm just naming them and stuff, adjusting settings on them.
Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for
LBA.
Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-651-5982. That's 800-651-5982. What do you have to lose? Call 800-651-5982.
You heard me talk about Celebrity Greens, the company that builds championship-level competitive greens for homes of amateurs and professional golfers all across North America. Celebrity Greens is known for their great design, the use of the best materials, and amazingly high-quality installations. Their greens look great and perform like natural greens that I've played in my entire career. Now, Celebrity Greens is looking for additional sales and construction partners. If you're involved in a synthetic turf business or a contractor looking to expand your business, or an entrepreneur, give Celebrity Greens a call today. They're currently expanding across North America, and they will be opening new markets soon. And if you're an avid golfer wanting the convenience and the beauty of a custom green or a beautiful low-maintenance lawn in your own backyard, you should call them too. Contact Celebrity Greens at 1-888-507-7960 or visit them online at celebritygreens.com. Celebrity Greens, redefining private golf all across North America. Visit them online at celebritygreens.com. Celebrity Greens.
I'm getting ready. I just got done hanging that camera. We're looking at just about done. There we go.
Expect more from your money. Get started today at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Again, that's Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Your money, your money.
Navigating life stages, Caring Transitions offers support for every step of the way. For seniors relocating or downsizing, we offer a compassionate, individualized approach that provides comprehensive solutions. Estate sales, our experts will list your items on our exclusive online platform, CT Bigs. Preserving memories and keeping your family's best interests at heart. And for those tough cleanups, we're here to help. Visit CaringTransitions.com. Caring Transitions. Embracing new beginnings with confidence.
Regulated activities performed by a licensed affiliate. I had no idea I could sell my life insurance policy. Norman and Nancy Deacon for Coventry Direct.
We want now to let Norman policy lapse because premiums have become expensive. Our kids are doing well on their own, so we just don't need it anymore.
Then Nancy called Coventry.
They were so helpful, answering all of our questions.
If you're over 65 and have $100,000 in world life insurance, you may qualify. After this past year, we're celebrating life. We booked some long overdue travel, and we're able to pay for our grandkids' college. Coventry Direct has helped thousands live the life they want to live. Pay for unplanned medical expenses or supplement retirement income. When it comes to selling your life insurance,
yes, it is hot as fuck today, man. I'm a bit moist, guys. We're about to roll out. Okay, that seems to be working. I'm going to reformat the SD cards so you can't hear me cussing while I'm installing it. Yeah, 5 minutes to 6. Sun won't be down for a couple more hours, 2.5 more hours. All right, formatted. Good. All right, I'll double check everything when I get home, but looks good. Check one more. Format this one.
Not only the events as they're unfolding and President Trump's speech, we have both Governor DeSantis, his wife Casey, we've got Jeremy Hunt, we've got Doug Burgum, Clay Travis, Brett Baer, and so many other great people. We're going to try and get everybody in. Harris Faulkner, Trey Gowdy, Kid Rock, Vivek Ramaswamy. Anyway, all happening.
He's got some guests tonight.
9 Eastern from Mount Rushmore, Hannity on location.
We'll see you tonight. It's going to be a fun night. You don't want to miss
9
it.
Eastern. Okay.
Then we'll also be
So we're going to probably listen to a replay of Mark Levin until then.
Midnight from Washington, where it's going to be 4,000 degrees. Anyway, from I think 7 to midnight. And thank you for making the show possible.
Set these cameras off.
Visit samsara.com/today to reduce risk of stop false claims with clear evidence. Brendan, what's in your freezer right now? Honestly, steaks from Snake River Farms. Always. It's become the beef we reach for. On weeknights, the weekend, doesn't matter. It's insanely good. Same. Snake River Farms has been doing this for over 5 decades. And unlike others, they oversee the entire process from ranch to table. That's how they get perfection at every step. This is exactly why Snake River Farms is the only one I trust. SnakeRiverFarms.com. Use code GOLF10 and give it a try. My dad passed away unexpectedly with a stroke at 63. Of course, he was awful in every way, but we are very grateful that he had life insurance. So even after he was gone,
all right, we're back.
He was still able to provide for us. Now I have a wife and 4 little kids, and that's why I have life insurance for my family.
Right, success. Okay. So I'm going to back this up. Actually, let me message the director and tell him that's what type of phone he has.
You get a quote in seconds, and you can buy in minutes. You get covered the same day. You can get up to $3 million in coverage. And some policies are as low as $30 a month. In 10 minutes, your family can be covered with life insurance. When it happens, your family's going to be very grateful. You went to ethos.com. Get your free quote at ethos.com/rate. That's ethos.com/rate. Ethos.com/rate. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required. Rates may vary. Sample rate. 10-year lifetime policy for 40-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
We, the people of the United States, in American history.
July 1st, 1863, the Battle of Gettysburg begins during the Civil War.
And on July 4th, 1776, the Declaration of Independence is adopted, marking the birth of the United States. Counting down to America 250.
Only on Sirius XM Patriot 125.
David Webb, America's evolution over 250 years is part of our celebration. What we do next as a country, what you do next as an American matters. It's about we the people. That's where the power begins. That's where the power continues. That's where the future lies for America. The David Webb Show, weekdays from 9 a.m. to noon Eastern on Sirius XM Patriot.
Freedom never gets old.
We have to do a better job of getting across that America is free. Freedom of speech, freedom of religion, freedom of enterprise, and freedom is special and rare. It's fragile.
No, the dude pulled up.
Freedom never gets old. Celebrating America 250.
This time.
Sirius XM Patriot.
Caught him. That's cool.
News this hour from
Pharmacy guy.
I'm Keith Peters in Washington. As the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence is celebrated in America, a heat wave smothers the eastern United States.
It's a hot July 4th holiday weekend as the eastern part of the U.S. suffers through a heat wave. New York and Boston already hit 100 degrees Thursday. At Boston's Franklin Park Zoo, Dr. Malou Selly says they're giving the animals what they need.
Some animals have very comfortable air-conditioned areas.
And in the southeast, Ray Dawson in Marietta, Georgia, is taking refuge at a cooling center as he deals with homelessness.
You can't find no shelter nowhere, and no shade nowhere.
In Providence, Rhode Island, city pools and water parks are extending their hours. I'm Donna Warner.
Visitors are gathering in Washington, D.C. for America's 250th birthday.
Correspondent Jennifer King reports.
Crowds appeared to be picking up at the Great American State Fair on the National Mall, although early afternoon events on Friday were postponed due to the extreme heat. Joe Nunez from Roanoke County, Virginia, says he wouldn't miss the celebrations.
We came to celebrate the 250th
Yeah, I saw
anniversary
that.
of the greatest country in the world, the United States of America. We are very proud to be here.
We're going to get away because it's connecting to the building and then to my car, so it's going to glitch out again, so just give me a minute.
You need to get out and enjoy it.
Let me get out of here.
Saturday's events include a midnight ball drop in New York's Times Square
I
and
need to grab something to eat.
Trump in D.C. before a massive fireworks show. Jennifer King, Washington.
The Justice Department and 17 states have reached settlement agreements with 3 major egg producers over allegations that the companies illegally colluded in a multi-year scheme to raise prices. More on these stories available at townhall.com.
Pull into the shade here.
When you're vacationing in your RV, there are some things you can always count on. Laying out on a hammock, waking up to birds chirping, and board games with the family.
What? It's not cheating. Frank, you're scaring the kids. Oh, come on, guys. We're having fun. It's family time.
With Progressive, your RV is protected 24/7, so you're prepared for whatever you don't see coming.
Technically, it's a loophole. It's a children's board game. You're a grown man, Frank.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates not available in D.C.
She's unafraid and unapologetic. She's Laura Trump, and she's shaking things up on the Right View podcast.
I think I'm just going to go to
With the mean stuff.
Frickers or
Are
something.
you guys kidding? You call us Nazis. You call us fascists. You call Donald Trump Hitler from the left. Really? We're the side that's the problem. You're out assaulting ICE agents every chance you possibly get.
Subscribe to the Right View podcast with Laura Trump on Apple, Spotify, YouTube, Rumble, or at SalemPodcastNetwork.com.
Here's the Wall Street Business Report.
Wall Street was closed today for the 4th of July holiday. It opens up again on Monday. A pioneering electric car maker sales shifting into high gear. This correspondent Rich Thomas.
Tesla sales accelerated over the past 3 months. The EV maker sold 25% more vehicles than in the same period 1 year ago, delivering 480,126 cars. Brisk sales in Europe accounting for a good share of the increase. And the lingering protests over Elon Musk's political activities, his ties to the Trump administration, appear to have evaporated. Rich Thomason reporting.
The Justice Department and 17 states have reached settlement agreements with 3 major egg producers to resolve allegations companies illegally colluded for years to raise prices, including when the cost of eggs soared to record highs last year. For the Wall Street Business Report, I'm Bob Agnew.
News and analysis at townhall.com.
Slater. Great poet T.S. Eliot. He said the world is trying the experiment of attempting to form a civilized but non-Christian mentality. The experiment will fail. We must be very patient in awaiting its collapse. Meanwhile, redeeming the time so that the faith may be preserved alive through the dark ages before us, to renew and rebuild civilization and save the world from suicide. I share that because we need to keep fighting. They will fail. We will win.
Breitbart News Daily with Mike Slater. Weekdays from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. Eastern on SiriusXM Patriot. Freedom never gets old.
USA. USA.
Severe weather warning.
The I Hate Steven Singer guy just released a brand new limited edition USA 24 karat gold dipped rose to celebrate America.
Girl, thanks for the repost.
It's a red, white, and blue rose with a star-spangled interior. The best part? A portion of the proceeds from each rose sold supports U.S. veterans in need. Steven's famous roses are a real rose, dipped and preserved in pure 24 karat gold, guaranteed to last a lifetime. Get this new one-of-a-kind patriotic rose while helping U.S. vets. The first batch sold out within 24 hours. Hurry to IHateStevenSinger.com to pre-order your USA rose with special patriotic gift box. Or visit Steven Singer Jewelers at the other corner of 8th and Walnut in Philly, or in the Village of Newtown next to the Capitol Grill in Bucks County, Pennsylvania. That's IHateStevenSinger.com.
All right, I'm going to pull back around and just say something to the...
Can you take on twice the inventory? A customer calls. Can you handle a contract twice the size? An owner has 2 choices. Say yes, or say, let me talk to my bank. The problem? Opportunity doesn't wait for underwriting. Delta Capital Group helps business owners access the capital they need in hours, not months. Lines of credit, equipment financing, working capital, and more. Because opportunities have expiration dates. Get funded. Get growing. Visit deltacap.com. That's deltagap.com.
All right. Good enough for me. I'll do adjustments later. Let me get my phone plugged in. I'm going to go grab a couple vape refills. Maybe get a couple more cameras for the front of the building here. There's flags in this town.
You're listening to the Best of the Mark Levin Show. Happy Independence Day. Hello, America. Mark Levin here. Our number, 877-381-3811, 877-381-3811. I'm not going to be generous. My friend Hewitt, or some of my other friends who've been on TV and radio. Some saying what a swell job the Supreme Court did, and Robert's decision was absolutely brilliant. We spent a lot of time today going through them very, very carefully, not quickly.
Well, this is all replay. It's an old one. We'll find something else to listen to. Just give me a minute.
This afternoon, if I could consume it all and break it all down. A lot of people say, well, now we go to the constitutional system, the amendment process. When's the last time the Constitution has actually been amended? It's been a long time, hasn't it? Go ahead and Google that, Mr. Producer. You'll be surprised. When is the last time? Now, go ahead and Google it. You're about to find out. It's not recently, I'll tell you that. You see, ladies and gentlemen, in order to have a constitutional amendment, and I'll circle back, as you know from listening to this program, there are two methods. Number one, the only method that's ever actually been used, you need 2/3 of both houses of Congress to adopt language for an amendment. They both have to agree on it. Then it goes to the states, to the legislatures and the conventions thereof. Requires 38 states to approve. 3/4 of the states. Now, how many of you think that you're even going to get anything close to 2/3 of the House or Senate to change birthright citizenship? None of you, I assume, because it's never going to happen. Then we have Convention of States, which is really a fantastic organization. I'm strongly behind it. The problem is we don't have 34 states that have signed on yet. I think we have 20 or 22, which is remarkable under the circumstances. Slow but sure. But that process isn't ready either. And then on top of that, look how everything is switched. The court just went ahead and constitutionalized something that's not in the Constitution, has never been in the Constitution. And now it's up to you and me to undo it while getting a constitutional amendment passed. So you're going to have a lot of these senators, Don Quixote types, who are basically fraudulent. I introduced an amendment to the Constitution to do this or that. And unfortunately, it's not going to go anywhere. What we need to do is, if there are vacancies on the court, put constitutionalists on the court. That's how Roe was reversed. That's what's going to have to happen. I'm not talking about packing the court. We don't do that. I want to briefly go through some of the points that I made online as I went through this. I tried to put it in very plain English and very concisely. This birthright citizenship issue. But
All right, be right back.
Let's start. Chief Justice Roberts begins his opinion arguing that the states and the framers relied on English common law in writing the 14th Amendment. But that isn't the whole story. They used it as a guide and rejected it when they thought it conflicted with our constitutional system. Certainly is not a sound argument to use it as a basis for the 14th Amendment of the Civil Rights Act that preceded it. They were addressing specifically the problem of some formerly Confederate states after the Civil War to recognize free black slaves and their children as citizens with the full and equal rights enjoyed by all other citizens. Now, what are they talking about there? Early on in the opinion is the foundational basis for his approach to the language in the 14th Amendment. He returns to it later in his opinion as well. He emphasizes English common law from the 1600s. Now, English common law, he argues, and correctly, when you were born in the sovereign territory of the king, of the monarch, you were automatically a citizen for most situations, okay? A citizen of what? A citizen to the sovereign. It is a citizen to the king. That was your sovereign. And so, of course, the king viewed anybody born in my kingdom as allegiance to me, the king. Now, what's the problem with that? That's not what the founders of our country, the framers of the Constitution, obviously, English common law from time to time, as I wrote here, had a guiding impact on what they might do, but they abandoned it also. And they certainly did adopt this viewpoint when constructing the 14th Amendment in 1868 for the Civil Rights Act of 1866 that preceded it. That's not how they viewed things. And so the entirety of this opinion that Roberts puts out, that the majority is signed on to, is based on a false premise. And yet he needs to do this, because what the hell else is he going to base it on? I'll explain it. Let me go on. Now, he references, interestingly, Thomas Paine and some of the others. And I say I'm a huge fan of Thomas Paine, but his powers of persuasion during the Revolutionary War had little or nothing to do with the formulation of the 14th Amendment. Roberts creates a hodgepodge of references to make what is basically an argument looking for founding principles. He must, but the truth is this case was so straightforward, the facts and history so clear, the majority had to do what lawyers do when the facts and the history are against them, create contrivances. Now, this part of Roberts' opinion is especially absurd. The abominable Dred Scott decision, had nothing to do with immigration, let alone illegal immigration. It held that freed blacks and black slaves were not citizens, and Congress could not even ban slavery in federal territories, thereby upending the Missouri Compromise. This would lead in great part to the Civil War, which also had nothing to do with immigration, let alone illegal immigration. And I write, as I continue reading the Roberts opinion, that is the court's decision. It does a grave injustice to the purpose of all constitutional, legal, political, and ultimately military conflict aimed at dealing with and then ending the enslavement of black people. Instead, it attempts to create more generalized policy and legal arguments that are simply deceiving. The terrible wrong was the enslavement of black people, not some immigration policy. That's what was at issue. The only purpose of the Civil Rights Act of 1866 was to use the power of the federal government to confer on all former black slaves and their progeny the same rights that applied to all other citizens because of continuing resistance in the former Confederate states. That's why it was called a Civil Rights Act, not an Immigration Act. when President Andrew Johnson vetoed it, it was clear to the Republicans that they needed to enshrine it into the Constitution. Thus was born the 14th Amendment. As Roberts continues moving through his decision, he again appeals to English common law as the basis for the 14th Amendment. But notice what's missing. Where are all these stirring speeches by members of Congress and the state ratifiers supporting Roberts' proposition? Keep something in mind. Listen, this is important. 2/3 of both houses of Congress must propose amendments to the states. In turn, 3/4 must ratify amendments. That means despite all the debates and speeches...
Yeah, I'm going to try and find something to eat. Not sure where yet. I'm looking now.
Support for their position. Get my point, Mr. Producer? If he is taking the position that the framers embraced English common law, and this is how they view jurisdiction. Once born in the sovereign of the king, then you were a citizen to the king.
I might just go home and eat.
That applied to our country, and it surely did not. Where are all the great talkers, all the great speech makers, all the great declarations from members of Congress, Senate, and the House, from legislators where some of the standing up and saying this was their position on birthright citizenship? There's not one. There's none. They don't exist. Because the focus was the terrible problems that arose in the South after the Civil War, the rise of the Klan, the horrendous violence and the lynchings against blacks, the overall difficulty with Reconstruction. Congress, the states were not thinking about birthright citizenship for the children of illegal aliens. They weren't glued to the ideas of English common law. The 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments were about creating the constitutional protections for free black slaves throughout the nation, not citizens of other countries who hadn't even arrived on our shores, legally or illegally. The extent to which Roberts and the majority have to rewrite our history to reach a decision is an ugly business. And we come back to this word jurisdiction, where Roberts makes the same argument as those who've always supported birthright citizenship. That is, jurisdiction means physical jurisdiction. A pregnant mother is in our country illegally and has her baby in our country. The baby is granted immediate citizenship according to this argument because it goes back to 1600s English common law, where if you're born in the land of the monarchy, then you are a servant, a citizen, an automatic citizen to the monarchy. Now think about this for a minute. This is a matter of...
Ooh, buddy.
Does it make sense to you? Does it make sense to you that a pregnant woman comes into our country and confers jurisdiction on her baby simply on her own? Does that make any sense? Do you think that's what the framers had in mind? Or where the country from where the parent comes continues to treat that baby as a citizen of their country? So that's not exactly allegiance to our country. And how can the baby have allegiance to anything because the baby doesn't even know what's going on? And why are these exceptions for babies born of diplomats and so forth? Does the 14th Amendment, if it's interpreted as Robert insists, create exceptions of any kind? Now we're going to continue. I happen to think that Robert's opinion is absurd. Very result-oriented, very activist. But he gets that fundamental issue wrong, as I posted, an hour or two ago. That is, excuse me, English common law is a guide, sure. But they didn't abide by it, like it's the Bible, and they rejected aspects of it, like this one. I'll be right back.
Light up your 4th of July weekend with Star Spangled Specials on the Sirius XM app. From feel-good fireworks favorites to sun-soaked summer mixes and all new exclusives celebrating America's 250th birthday. Find your celebration soundtrack by searching July 4th on the Sirius XM app. It's the last Friday of the month and you're in the office late again. One report is still incomplete because you're waiting for one last receipt. You sent emails, pinged Slack, maybe even wandered over to someone else's desk. You've done everything except the actual job of closing the books. RAMP is for finance teams who are tired of the chase. Imagine this. A team member makes a purchase and you instantly see the charge, the receipt, and the category all in one place. No more digging through inboxes or chasing late submissions. RAMP automatically enforces your policies and blocks out-of-policy spend before it even happens. Instead of plugging holes, you're proactively steering the ship. It's how 40,000 companies like CBRE and Shopify are closing their books faster with fewer surprises and way.
The Garrison.
And right now, your business can get $250 off just by signing up at RAMP.
Yeah, I'm gonna stop and eat.
SXM. That's RAMP.com/SXM. Spend smarter, automate faster, and finally close the books without working overtime with RAMP.
Hi, I'm Sherry, owner of Life Source Water. Your tap water isn't as clean as you think. City water is full of contaminants, including chlorine and microplastics. At Life Source, we believe your water should support your family's health. Our whole house system delivers filtered water from every tap, even your showers. For over 40 years, we've proudly built every system right here in the USA. It's our summer sale. Save up to $1,000 when we pay your sales tax. Hurry, offer ends July 4th. Call our factory at 1-800-WATER-99 or visit lifesourcewater.com.
Limitations apply.
Gail Daughtry's perfect small-town life comes crashing down when her fiancé takes his celebrity pass literally and has sex with. Now, Gail must make good on her own celebrity pass. Find and have sex with John Hamm. Zoe Deutsch is Gail Daughtry in a new film that will shatter everything you thought you knew about a woman running all over Hollywood trying to John Hamm. Gail Daughtry in the Celebrity Sex Pass. Only in theaters July 10th.
I'm John Hamm, and I approve this message.
Is the person who manages your Google ads the best? Here's who Google thinks is the best. Google thinks it's Search Kings.
I'm gonna end the stream and then fire it back up after I'm done eating.
United States and Canada eligible for the honor. It is one company, Search Kings, that is the winner of the Google Ads Impact Award, given to the Google partner with the most impactful Google advertising results. You want to stand out where your customers are online? Switch to Search Kings.
If you have a 2, 3, or 4% mortgage rate, don't refinance it. You don't have to, but you can still get cash out of your home. Introducing Loan Pronto's zero-cost equity loan. Get all the cash you need without touching your first mortgage and without any fees. One local homeowner just got $100,000, paid off all their credit cards, paid off their existing HELOC, remodeled their kitchen, and saved over $1,500 per month. And it gets better. There's no hard credit pull up front, usually no appraisal, no long drawn-out process. And listen, no closing costs. You may even be able to skip your next 2 house payments. Loan Pronto. 2,800 5-star Google reviews. Call Loan Pronto now. 855 Pronto. Leave your low rate mortgage intact to get the cash you need in as little as 2 weeks without paying closing costs. LoanPronto.com. See how much you can get right now. 855-2-PRONTO, 855-2-PRONTO. For qualified homeowners, equal housing lender, and MLS 1661781 and MLS consumeraccess.org. Hey, Tim, what's wrong?
Somebody brake checked our truck. Their claims chaser attorney thinks his neck needs $50,000 to feel better.
And?
Now I have to go to court, negotiate with insurance.
No, wait, Tim. We have Samsara now. Dual-facing AI dash cams give us clear video, and instant retrieval means we can pull footage fast before they change the story.
So instead of ruining my quarter,
you just send the footage to legal.
Visit samsara.com/today to reduce risk and stop false claims with clear evidence.
Attention small business owners needing financing. Swish Funding is providing funds for expansion, inventory, increased overhead, even slow cash flow to small businesses all over America with affordable funding as soon as 1 business day. And we're ready to help with funding from $10,000 to $2 million. If you've been in business for 1 year or more with a monthly income of at least $25,000, you can get the affordable funding you need with no collateral. Go to swishfunding.com today. That's swishfunding.com.
Freedom never gets old. Celebrating America 250. Sirius XM Patriot 125.
This is Mark Levin wishing you a happy 4th of July. Now back to the best of me. Welcome back, America. Shall we continue? I think we should. Now this language is important. Jurisdiction. We go back to this word jurisdiction there. Listen to me. I'm walking you through. Go back to the word jurisdiction, where Roberts makes the same argument as those who always supported birthright citizenship. That is, jurisdiction means physical jurisdiction. You're here, that's it. So if a pregnant mother is in our country illegally and has her baby in our country, the baby is granted immediate citizenship according to this argument for two reasons. Number one, under British common law, the subject born in the king's kingdom are subject. Well, that's ridiculous. That's not what the framers believe, but that's that. Number two, it's the plain language. It says jurisdiction. What else could it possibly mean? As I said, does that make sense to anybody? So a foreigner can unilaterally confer jurisdiction on herself, illegally, I guess, by conferring then jurisdiction on her soon-born baby by coming into the United States illegally. That defies simple logic. So is that what the framers of the 14th Amendment meant? Of course not, and they never said that.
Hell.
And meanwhile, the country from where the parent comes continues
to treat
Christmas the baby as a citizen of their country. China does this now.
99 degrees, yeah.
The language states the following in the amendment.
I don't know if I'm going to be stopping downtown here.
The United States
it's fucking packed.
To the jurisdiction thereof are citizens. Notice, the authors did not leave it at all persons born or naturalized in the United States. A citizen. They didn't say that. They added language. That would have been enough. So why did they add superfluous language? Superfluous language, because the rest of the sentence is key to what they intended. Subject to the jurisdiction thereof. So all persons born or naturalized.
All right. Let me go ahead and find a. I probably won't want to do it later when I go live again. Find a raid. Yasmin Gold's live. We'll do him. I like him.
I do. I care. The moment that I see something that I think is wrong, I have a
All right, brother. See you in a bit. It won't take too long. Hopefully this energizes me a little bit and I can do some door dashing or something. Peace.